Chapter 587. At the start, no one noticed because she did not walk fast and dressed normally. But when she walked out of the edge of the crowd by the lake, passed by the strong men and even cultivators, and left the crowd, she naturally attracted the gazes of the Chu people by the lake. These Chu people temporarily pulled their gazes away from the battle between gods and demons in the distance and looked at her. "Miss, come back." Many women who were originally terrified to the extreme were the first to shout. However, this did not stop her from moving forward. She left the crowd by the lake and slowly walked forward with steady step. Her figure grew lonelier. Under the bloody sunlight, her shadow grew longer, but gave off a heart-palpitating power. Many people started to realize what she was going to do. Their breathing and bodies grew heavier. Ji Xingbai was the only cultivator among these people who knew her true identity. Seeing her walk, he first thought of his family. He knew very well that if he followed her to the battlefield, he would never be able to see the family he longed for day and night. However, when he looked at her back, his feet started to move unconsciously. He became the second person to leave the edge of the crowd by the lake. Before this, Consort Zhao had been unknown among these Chu people. But he was different. Many times, he was seen as the person who saved these Chu people. When he walked out of the crowd, he walked faster towards the woman in front of him. He walked towards the battlefield without looking back. More and more people started to walk out of the crowd towards the battlefield. These people seemed to have invisible ropes on their bodies, leading more people out of the crowd and away from the relatively safe shore of the lake. "If we die, then we die." Someone let out a sigh before walking out of the crowd. This kind of voice was like a pebble that broke the silence. "If we die, then we die." More such voices sounded, and in the end they became shouts. "Fight! Revenge! Revenge for our dead brothers and family!" Furious shouts erupted like a volcano. It wasn't just the robust men and cultivators, even the unarmed women and children in the crowd, who were still crying, began to follow the people in front of them, and then they began to run. The 70,000 Chu people were dressed in all kinds of clothing, extremely haggard. But at this time, as they ran, the water in the shallow lake started to vibrate with their footsteps. Droplets of water left the surface and jumped up. Revenge? Revenge for what? A Qin reserve cavalry occupying a hill looked coldly at these Chu people. When these Chu people started to leave the lake and run, the general leading the cavalry sneered in disdain. With such a great battle erupting, the Qin army naturally considered the 70,000 Chu people here. Especially when this reserve cavalry had participated in the encirclement of the Chu army that had sent grain that day. He had never doubted that these Chu people who saw the Chu army charging without regard for their own lives would be aroused from their bones and throw themselves into battle. But was this kind of blood useful? Of these 70,000 Chu people, only 1/5 were young. Most of them had not trained to kill. Even if there were a few cultivators, in his view, these people were not as strong as the thousands of elite Chu cavalry who were going to die. The 70,000 people moving like a tide was enough, but how long could their courage last? When their courage dissipated, even the most people were just sheep running on the grasslands. "Kill her!" This general's dark and cold gaze landed on the woman at the front. The first person to walk out would naturally be the first to pay the price of death. As his cold voice sounded, his left hand waved downwards, and the dozens of green seal weapons behind him gave off strange screeches. Like many poisonous snakes slithering through the seal scripts, the primal energies of the universe coming out of the seal weapon turned into dark green flames, and then attached to the bolts that were fired by the seal weapon. The bolts shot into the sky and then fell down. A green rain of fire fell from the sky, covering the figure of the woman walking at the front. The muddy soil was scorched until it suddenly cracked. Then, it was burned red by the terrifying heat and turned into magma. The heat and the flames that emerged from the ground formed a real hell. Sticky bubbles emerged from the magma and burst forth with explosive sounds. The Chu people, who were moving like a tide, suddenly stopped. Looking at the sea of fire in front of them, many people's minds were blank. The Qin general who had given the order narrowed his eyes slightly, and a smug smile appeared on his face. However, in the next moment, his face suddenly froze. On the molten ground, among the burning flames, a figure was still steadily moving forward. When the heat quickly rose, almost all the Chu people immediately saw the figure of the woman. As if she was not affected at all, the woman walked through the magma and fire. Even her clothes were not affected at all. Many Chu people gaped, but did not understand their own emotions and could not make a sound. She was facing the cavalry army on the hill. The pupils of the leading Qin general and all the soldiers shrank. Unconsciously, a biting coldness surged out from the depths of their bodies. At this time, other than her steady advance, she made a new move. She slowly and patiently opened a bag she carried with her. There was a piece of clothing in the bag, and then she put on this clothing. This clothing was rich in color. Under the dim world covered by the bloody mist, it still flashed with dazzling and bright light, causing everyone who saw it to feel slightly dizzy. The most important thing was that the embroidery on the robe was a dancing phoenix. This was a real phoenix robe. Tied at the waist, the phoenix clothing was dazzling. At this moment, it was as if the most breathtaking beauty in the world had gathered on this woman's body along with the color of the clothes. This was the Empress clothing of the Chu dynasty. Only the legendary demon consort of the Chu dynasty, the present Empress Dowager, could possess and wear such clothing. Only she could possess such a presence that could cause the world to change color, and possess such beauty and majesty. She is the Empress Dowager. Holy Empress Dowager, she. In the next moment, these 70,000 Chu people went completely mad. In the various generations of history, the legendary holy emperors had led their armies into battle. Yet no holy emperor had ever put himself in danger like this. He was not in the middle of the army, but fearlessly walked at the front of the army alone. These 70,000 Chu people went completely mad. After a moment of pause, they started to run even more furiously. Many of the Chu soldiers in the distance started to notice the abnormality here. They started to hear the mad and hot-blooded shouts. Then they started to see the dazzling color. Then these Chu soldiers started to go mad. The battlefield was like a landslide. Mad shouts spread deep into the battle formation and exploded. Kill! Their pupils contracted to their limits and turned blood red. The Qin general on the hill gave a beast-like roar after he stopped breathing for a moment. Without waiting for the army behind him to move, he charged furiously. The red warhorse under him was wrapped in the primal energies of the universe that were furiously surging out of his body. It seemed to fly and burn like a red cloud. The entire army attacked. The cavalry behind him went mad as well, charging madly towards that gorgeous color. Both this Qin general and the cavalry behind him knew the cultivation of this legendary demon consort Zhao. Many of the nobles in the Chu capital who had tried to overthrow her rule had been suppressed by her hands. Yet they also knew that even if their cavalry could not kill this woman, if the army behind them could kill this woman, then this battle would end. With a mournful roar, the general at the front leaped high into the air with his warhorse. His vital energy and energies started to burn. He even drew out the blood of his warhorse and gathered it into the seal scripts on his sword. The blood-red sword in his hand turned into a bloody cloud dozens of feet long that charged viciously towards Consort Zhao's chest. Yet in this moment, Consort Zhao disappeared from his sight. Then he saw her hand appear on his forehead. It is useless. Even if this is a surprise army, even if you can charge into the flank, it is not enough to change the result of this battle. Before his forehead shattered, he viciously spat out a mouthful of saliva and said to the woman. Chapter 588. The bloody cloud dozens of feet long and the headless corpse of the general fell behind Consort Zhao. Consort Zhao's fist was not tainted by any blood, like the purest white jade. She continued to walk forward steadily, towards the berserk cavalry that was swarming in front of her. 3 flying swords flew over with shrill howls, attacking her forehead, chest, and back. Following the 3 flying swords were 4 cultivators at the front. They jumped off their horses, the primal energies of the universe around them burning like flames. Their speed towards Consort Zhao was close to the 3 flying swords. The 3 flying swords and the 4 cultivators formed a powerful formation, sealing off all of Consort Zhao's paths of advance and retreat. Facing the attacks of the 3 flying swords and the 4 cultivators, Consort Zhao's steady steps did not seem to change, but the power erupting from her feet changed greatly, and her body started to accelerate. She didn't make any extra movements and simply charged forward. Her body hit the flying swords, and then the 4 cultivators in front of her. There was a loud explosion. The swords broke, the bones shattered, and the flesh scattered. The 3 flying swords broke in half, and the bodies of the 4 cultivators turned into pieces of flesh that flew outwards. Consort Zhao's body passed through the flying bloody mist, and started to walk at the same pace as before. Her expression did not change at all, as though all of this had nothing to do with her. Her skin was especially white and tender under the luster of the beautiful phoenix robe. It was as if it could be broken by the slightest breeze. No one would be able to associate her body with the world's hardest metal. It really is her. But this scene dispelled many of the cultivators on the battlefield who had been suspicious. Because all the knowledgeable cultivators in the world knew that Consort Zhao cultivated the celestial gold body. This method had once been thought of as a stupid and useless method that could only be beaten, but she had cultivated it to the extreme. Her body was the most terrifying weapon. What she cultivated was her physical body. The Chu people behind her seemed to wake up as they saw the 3 flying swords break when they hit her. They saw the 4 cultivators turned into flesh and blood by her simple and crude attacks. Saint Empress Dowager! The shouts that burst out at this moment were like a landslide. All of the Chu people who just now had stopped in shock shouted and started to run again. Their bodies and minds were in a state of frenzy that forgot fatigue and pain. Their feet stepped on the magma ground that had just formed. They did not seem to feel the burning soles and the smoke rising from the soles of their feet. The Chu army, who had fallen into a bitter battle, exploded with shouts. At this moment, the hundreds of thousands of Chu soldiers and the 70,000 Chu refugees seemed to have become one. Consort Zhao Xiang ran over the cavalry that was surging forward. Her fists punched out casually. As she walked, she was like an enormous hoe that plowed through the Qin cavalry. She easily cut through the army from the middle and created a blood wave that surged to the side. Pew 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 pew. More and more sounds of flesh being pierced rang out. The Chu people behind her surged forward. Many Chu people fell at the same time, but this elite Qin cavalry disappeared, drowned in the surging tide of people. Consort Zhao Xiang looked up. Only now did her expression change, and a hint of pride appeared. Then, she raised her head and shouted, "Wei Wujiu! Old Wei, do you dare to fight me?" Her cultivation method was different from all other cultivators in the world. Her body was her life-bond item. Her body was extremely strong. She shouted with all her power, and her voice was loud like thunder rolling through the world. It even felt like it suppressed all other sounds on the battlefield. Other than her loud voice, there was also her boldness. Her boldness now looked down on the world. She did not even care about the countless Qin soldiers in front of her. This woman is really a lunatic. At the very back of the Qin army, on a hill not too far away from her, a group of men and horses slowly appeared. At the very front was an old and lean old horse, and on the old horse was Wei Wujiu, who she called Old Devil Wei at this moment. After cursing with a sneer, Wei Wujiu lowered his head and said mockingly as if to himself, "This is a war between armies. Do you think this is a Jianghu feud and a game?" The shout was like thunder and spread into the distance. No one responded. Consort Zhao had an imperceptible scornful smile at the corners of her mouth. Then she shouted again, Wei Wujiu, old Wei! Do you dare to fight me? Wei Wujiu, old Wei! Do you dare to fight me? Wei Wujiu, old Wei! Do you dare to fight me? She shouted 3 times in a row, her voice echoing through the distant mountains. Her voice intertwined with each other, and it was as if there were countless people in the distant mountains stretching out their fingers and shouting towards this battlefield. As she shouted, she did not stop walking. Her figure moved further away from the 70,000 Chu people who were furiously following her. Even Ji Xingbai's figure fell far behind. No one dared to fight alone. The flank of the Qin army that she was facing inexplicably shook. A large army broke away from the flank like a huge tentacle and went to welcome this lonely woman between heaven and earth. Ji Xingbai's face paled. Many of the small things on the ground in front of him started to jump with the shaking of the ground. Even the small beads of blood in the ground were shaken into the air. Other than the weight hitting the ground, the shaking also came from the vibrations of energy. This was a large batch of seal chariot. The energy hidden inside the chariots had been completely activated. They sprayed out along the seal scripts, and formed shadows of dragons and tigers around the chariots. These chariots seemed to be wrapped in dragons and tigers. They did not seem to be running on the ground, but flying over. The chariots of the Qin army were superior to the other dynasties to begin with. They were tools used to fight against powerful cultivators. At this time, the battle was so intense, but in this flank, there was still such a well-preserved army of chariots. This was frightening. However, what caused Ji Xingbai to shiver the most was that there were steel cables attached to the back of these war chariots. Behind the steel cables were several gigantic statues of fairies. These were clearly Chu weapons, the strongest seal weapons of the Chu army. The appearance and style of the fairies were slightly different from the strongest seal weapon of the Chu army, Flying Heaven, but they were similar. Even more importantly, at such a distance, even with his cultivation, he was certain that the primal energies of the universe coming off these fairies were the same as the energy of Flying Heaven. Chapter 589. The Qin swords were the foundation of the Qin dynasty, not just in the use of swords. Most of the sword-using sects in the world were gathered in Chongling, and the art of forging swords. Other than the swords of the Zhao sword furnace that had been forged countless times by powerful cultivators, most of the famed swords in the world came from the Qin cultivation lands in the past century. Compared to the Qin swords, the seal weapons of the Chu dynasty were what the Chu dynasty relied on to compete with the other dynasties. The nature of a sword embryo was relatively simple, but the creation of a seal weapon was more complicated. Carving the seal scripts into a formation to gather the qi of heaven and earth and make it circulate like the meridians in a cultivator's body. This not only required an extreme understanding of seal scripts, but also required superb forging and engraving techniques to fuse an astonishing number of lines into a square inch without the slightest deviation. Those unique and powerful seal weapons were very difficult to create. The final form of each one was the result of the hard work of generations of cultivators and craftsmen. Each one was as powerful as a powerful cultivator's full power attack. Most importantly, no matter if it was the materials used to make these practitioner weapons, the method of making them, the formation arrays, or the method of activating these practitioner weapons, they were all absolute secrets. They were secrets that only a few people in the imperial palace could come into contact with. Even if the other dynasties wanted to copy them, they would not be able to do so. Yet now, the strongest of the Chu weapons, Flying Heaven, had appeared in the Qin army and been copied by the Qin. Ji Xingbai was shocked and cold. In the army, many of the Chu generals and cultivators had burning anger in their eyes. Undoubtedly, someone had leaked the secrets of the highest level of Chu weapons to the Qin. If the secrets of the highest level of Chu weapons were leaked to the Qin, this meant that the other Chu weapons had no secrets to the Qin. On this battlefield, they were all fighting for the Chu dynasty. Countless of their brothers and friends had died on the battlefield, but inside the Chu dynasty, someone had betrayed all of them, betrayed the entire dynasty. Who was it that betrayed this country? Consort Zhao sensed the energy vibrations of these seal weapons before Jixing Bai. She stopped. A series of terrifying explosions rang out. Hundreds of seal chariots flew up, truly flying. Under the full power of the cultivators on the other chariots behind these chariots far exceeded their usual limits and smashed towards her like hundreds of burning meteors. Sensing the landing of the chariots and the terrifying power rippling from the flying sky practitioner weapons, she seemed to realize something and frowned slightly. Between the heaven and earth, the primordial chi, which was already extremely chaotic, was torn apart by the 5 flames. These 5 colorful flames came from the 5 flying heavens. 5 streaks of light shot out from Fei Tian's hands and rapidly grew in size, turning into dazzling pillars of light. Compared to these 5 pillars of light, the hundreds of chariots that were hurtling towards Consort Zhao like burning meteors seemed insignificant. The yuan qi emitted from the hundreds of chariots connected into black chains, forming several layers of a dense net. And in the center of this net was Consort Zhao, which was also where the 5 pillars of light had fallen. Seal weapons could possess terrifying power, but the cultivator using the seal weapon may not be able to capture the true location of a powerful cultivator. Only such a large number of chariots, after countless practice, could trap a cultivator like Consort Zhao in one place. In this moment, many Chu cultivators paled, including many powerful Realm 7 cultivators. This was because even they could not imagine how they could survive such an attack. Frowning meant that they had not thought of it, and that it was difficult. But for Consort Zhao, this only meant that this matter was difficult, and not impossible. She stood still and then punched. In the time when most people on the battlefield did not have time to sense, she punched 5 times. When she threw out her first punch, the ground under her feet suddenly caved in, as if it was hammered down by an invisible sledgehammer. In front of her fist, a blood-red glow appeared, as if a blood-red glow had appeared. This rainbow light came from the light coming from her fist. This was the energy and blood in her body flowing and pressing against each other, and the light coming out of her flesh and blood. In the next instant, the blood-red light turned into a ring-shaped shockwave that exploded outward. Where her fist pointed, the compressed air turned into a terrifying power, an enormous sword essence. She usually did not use the sword, but she was a true disciple of the Bazin Kendo ground. At the most dangerous moment, her strongest move was still the sword. 5 bloody lights exploded in a row. In this moment, she punched 5 times. The 5 punches with enormous sword essence hit the bottom of the 5 chariot. The 5 chariots made of thick and heavy adamantine were blown away and instantly began to disintegrate. Moreover, the speed of their flight far exceeded the speed of their fall, turning into 5 balls of light that were truly burning with deep blue flames. The ball of light continued to crash into the chariot above, and then collided with the 5 pillars of light descending from above. Compared to the 5 enormous pillars of light, this ball of light was like 5 thin needles stabbing into a falling metal rod. But in the next moment, the bases of the 5 flying apsaras gave off waves of hoarse and unpleasant sounds of friction, and then the 5 seal weapons fell backwards. The bases of the 5 pillars of light started to collapse, and the shattered light scattered like flowers. Patches of beautiful rainbow light exploded in the air, and the affected chariots were easily thrown away. Consort Zhao tiredly pulled back her fist. The ground she was standing on had already become a huge crater with a radius of several hundred feet. Around her, those powerful chariots were falling down like kites with their strings cut. The cultivators on the chariots, who were swept by the beautiful rainbow light, started to burn. Numerous cultivators silently flew up from behind the flying apsaras. Even though the primal energies of the universe were so chaotic that most cultivators could not absorb primal energies of the universe normally, the moment they flew up, there was still the sound of mountains moving in the sky, and terrifying amounts of primal energies of the universe were gathering towards this part of the world. Consort Zhao was very tired. It was impossible for her to throw out a punch like she did just now. It was impossible for her to withstand the attacks of several grandmasters like this. But at this time, she sneered and turned her head to look at the wasteland to her side. In that wasteland, many figures appeared, slowly gathering into an army. This was an army that was extremely exhausted, without any armor on their bodies. Chapter 590. This army seemed to have traveled for far too long. The soles of many of their shoes had been worn through, and there were even scabs sticking to the broken soles. It was an extremely miserable sight. But for some reason, the moment this army appeared, it attracted the gazes of countless people on the battlefield, making them inexplicably palpitate. A cold smile appeared at the corners of Consort Zhao's mouth. She simply jumped up and jumped backwards. Just like her previous attack, her every move was simple and straightforward. Two terrifying forces burst forth from the soles of her feet. The ground that had already formed a huge crater shook violently once again. Her figure simply disappeared from the center of the crater and appeared far behind. Then, she disappeared again and appeared even further behind. After doing this 3 times, her figure appeared behind the 70,000 Chu people. The 70,000 Chu people were like her barrier. Then she sat down like a spectator, without any of the grace of a grandmaster or empress dowager. Just like when she had casually sat down by the lake, she was wearing a glowing phoenix robe. Numerous grandmasters of the Qin army had moved over a mountain of primal energies of the universe, but they had not expected her to take such a stance. She was clearly fleeing without fighting, but her simple and direct stance caused everyone to feel that this was unobjectionable and even natural. Not only did these evolved Jing masters feel the discomfort of having punched empty air, but they also felt a sense of defeat, as if they had been defeated before they had even exchanged blows with him. Kill! All of a sudden, an extremely heavy shout rang out between the heavens and the earth, causing the several grandmasters to hold their breaths again. This shout came from the army that had suddenly appeared. The voice came from every person in the army. Yet because they were so uniform, they spoke almost at the same time, and the shout seemed to come from one person. Along with this shout, everyone in this army took down the weapons on their back. Then, they made a uniform movement and unwrapped the cloth wrapped around their weapons. There was a blinding golden light under the cloth. When everyone in the army took off the cloth wrapped around their weapons at the same time, the golden light connected together like countless small suns connected together to form an enormous and blinding sun that rose on the battlefield. No one in this army was wearing armor, but right now, as they bathed in the golden light, their bodies were covered in a layer of golden armor. In addition, every single person in this army had the same aura, an extremely tenacious and powerful will. At this moment, this army appeared indescribably solemn and glorious. All the grandmasters in the Qin army had their faces changed, and their eyes were filled with shock. This kind of emotion quickly spread through the Qin army. At the same time, waves of cheers and shouts exploded in the Chu army formation like an avalanche. How is this possible? At the back of the Qin army, Wei Wujiu, who had left the battlefield, was dazed for a moment and gave a low shout. When this kind of golden light shone on the battlefield like the sun, there was no doubt about the identity of this army. Xiang Yan's Gold Dagger army had been the strongest army of the Chu dynasty. Even if their individual power was not as strong as Bai Qi's god-killing army, they possessed unimaginable resolve and unique tactic. They were invincible on the other side of the Chu dynasty. But that was on the other side. Even if they threw away all their golden armor and dressed lightly, how could they be so fast? In the estimation of any high-ranking military officer of the Qin army, it would take at least 10 days for this army to arrive at the Ain Mountain region or Yangshan County. This was the most extreme estimate. Exceeding the most extreme estimate by a dozen days. What kind of concept was this? After a moment of daze, Wei Wujiu suddenly felt pain. His body uncontrollably trembled. Only now did he see the evil intentions of his opponent, Consort Zhao Xiang. Of course, Consort Zhao Xiang did not want to lead the 70,000 Chu people to attack the flank of the Qin army alone. She just wanted the Qin army on the flank to be attracted by her and separated. If not for the Gold Dagger army, she would not even be able to survive the attack of the Qin army. Yet at this time, the Qin army's flank formation was in chaos because of her. Even the seal weapon formation was unstable. This was the best time for the Gold Dagger army to attack. If the Gold Dagger army attacked the flank, the Chu army inside would not be idiots. Under a pincer attack, the Qin army's flank would quickly be defeated and eaten. Adding on that these 70,000 Chu people were also people. With their momentum, it would not be the Qin army that would completely surround the Chu army, but the Chu army would open their mouths and eat the Qin army. Capture the leader to capture the bandits. Take Xiang Yan's head. The numerous Qin grandmasters on the flank felt their hearts beat rapidly amidst the waves of cheers and shouts of the Chu army. These grandmasters guarding the flank were experienced and could see the situation immediately. They knew that it was hard to say how strong the Gold Dagger army that had traveled a long way was, but this legendary army was a fatal boost to the confidence and presence of the Chu army. When hundreds of thousands of soldiers were in a frenzied state, even if it was a chaotic battle, there was likely no army of the same number that could match them. These Qin grandmasters had the same thought. Only by quickly killing the commander of the Gold Dagger army, Xiang Yan, could they change the result of this battle. With several crackling sounds, these grandmasters pushed their vital essence to the extreme. They turned into several streaks of light that shot towards the Gold Dagger army. Like several large swords, they instantly cut through the void and slashed towards the Gold Dagger army. Behind them, there were loud ripping sounds. At least dozens of cultivators followed behind the grandmasters like flying swords towards the Gold Dagger army. The Qin people were valiant. The presence of these dozens of cultivators did not lose to the Gold Dagger army. Especially at this moment, waves of shouts sounded from the Qin army. So what if it is the Gold Dagger army? Which of our Qin troops is not as good as the Gold Dagger army? Coming all the way here is just a bluff. Following these shouts, large amounts of seal weapons were activated. Waves of rainbow light fell towards the Chu army like a storm. Behead! Looking at the sword lights of the Qin grandmasters, and hearing the shouts from the Qin army, Consort Zhao, who was sitting casually on the ground, smiled mockingly and said softly, "Even I cannot take Xiang Yan's head in front of the entire Gold Dagger army, much less you? Who will behead who?" Chapter 591. Sword energies flashed and cut through the wind. Multiple Qin grandmasters pushed their vital energy to their limit. They moved vast amounts of primal energies of the universe from the surroundings and gathered them into their sword essences. The chaotic energy turbulence in front of them was cut apart, almost forming a true vacuum. Even the dozens of cultivators following behind them lost their resistance. Their sword lights grew faster. From a distance, it looked like multiple meteor-like large swords were dragging dozens of small meteor-like swords. They danced wildly in the hell field filled with demonic flames and blood energy. It was a spectacular sight. "General, thank you for your teachings these years. I will not be able to serve you in the future." A Gold Dagger army general following next to Xiang Yan said respectfully to him in the incoming wind. His hair was cut by the blade-like wind, and blood even appeared on his face. "All the Chu people will remember this battle." Xiang Yan nodded and said, "Kill!" Cold shouts rang out around him once again. The dozens of Gold Dagger army soldiers, including the general, suddenly sped up, turning into dozens of golden lights, leaving the formation and heading towards the Qin grandmasters at the front. A dragon roar suddenly sounded in the sky. When this dragon roar sounded in the air, the wide sleeves of a blue-robed swordsman among the numerous Qin grandmasters gave off ear-piercing sounds like gold chains breaking. It was like an enormous beast had broken free of its shackles and was released. This indigo-robed swordsman's face was as white as jade. He looked calmly at Xiang Yin, who was walking on the wind. He was the fastest among the Qin grandmasters, and happened to meet the Gold Dagger Army General who had spoken to Xiang Yin. Yet, these dozens of golden lights did not appear in his sight. An extremely dry life-bond presence erupted with the dragon roar in the sky and the ear-piercing ripping sounds coming from his sleeves. A yellow life-bond sword appeared in his hand. The color was like a random patch of color on a weathered wall in the desert. His life-bond sword seemed to casually swing forward, but the sword light flowing off the sword produced many profound changes. A piece of the sky above seemed to be missing, and was suddenly filled into his life-bond sword. An extremely dry presence moved forward. In the path of his sword, the ground soaked in blood lost its moisture, dried and cracked, and then turned into crimson-red sand. This was a powerful and unique sword essence. So when the sword essence appeared, many cultivators on the battlefield were certain that this came from a grandmaster of Heart Yang sect. In the history of Chongling, Heart Yang sect had once been the mortal enemy of the Tianyi Pavilion. Like the present Heart Chamber sect of Chongling, they had been one of the strongest cultivation places. Yi Xiling primarily cultivated the sword arts of the Tianyi Pavilion, the strongest of which was One Heaven Water. Heart Yang sect's Fire Generates Earth sword manual was the opposite of the Tianyi Pavilion, and had a strong restraining effect on the Tianyi Pavilion's sword manual. In the view of the outside world, Heart Yang sect had declined in Chongling long ago. They had not made any noise in the last decade, and no grandmaster above Realm 7 existed. Yet when this indigo-robed grandmaster's most pure Fire Generates Earth sword essence appeared, all the cultivators on the battlefield who had thought so knew they were wrong. A once powerful sect did not produce a grandmaster for many years without losing their sword manual. The key was opportunity, the talent and comprehension of the sect's disciples, and some people could not have a breakthrough. A sect like this would either not produce a Realm 7 grandmaster, or if a Realm 7 grandmaster appeared, they would leave a mark in the history of cultivators. Facing these Gold Dagger Army soldiers who had not reached Realm 7, this Heart Yang sect grandmaster naturally had his own pride. So he only attacked Xiang Yin. As to these cultivators who came face to face with his sword path, in his view, they would naturally die in his sword path, even if they were just affected. The ground cracked and turned to dust. The skin of the Gold Dagger Army General in front of his life-bond sword quickly dehydrated and split open. Before the blood seeped out, the skin turned to dry dark red powder that flew out with the wind. Yet this Gold Dagger Army General's hands were unusually steady. His flashing golden dagger hit the life-bond sword of this Heart Yang sect grandmaster with a muffled sound. The golden dagger axes that the majority of the Gold Dagger Axe army used were strange weapons to the Qin people. The dagger axes were like swords, but they had curved edges. With a swing and a pull, they could catch the enemy's weapon. This Gold Dagger Army General was like this. When his dagger hit the life-bond sword of this Heart Yang sect grandmaster, it immediately twisted and pulled down the blade. At this time, this Heart Yang sect grandmaster's sword heart was clear. He was unmoved, and his sword essence continued to move forward. Vast power swept out along the golden dagger. The flesh of this Gold Dagger Army General's hands turned to dust as though they were burning. Then this power spread to his arms and rippled through his entire body. At this moment, his arms and his entire body seemed to have turned into sand and scattered away. But at this time, this Heart Yang sect grandmaster's mind suddenly became restless. The 4 soldiers behind the Gold Dagger Army general stabbed their daggers into his body at the same time. Vital energy and energy of the same nature flowed through the meridians of the Gold Dagger Army general like water breaking through a dam and into the dagger on his life-bond sword. The 5 powers merged into one and charged towards his life-bond sword. His life-bond sword hummed and paused for a moment. It was just a momentary pause. His body seemed to have collided with a wall in the midst of his mad dash. With a boom, he was violently shaken. The Gold Dagger Army general and the 4 soldiers behind him were torn apart by the power. But in this moment, he saw a golden light that could match him fly out from behind the 5 Gold Dagger Army soldiers and land on his body. However, at this moment, his sword will stopped and he was at his weakest. He could sense what was going to happen next, and his heart was filled with sorrow. Pew! He heard the sound of flesh separating from his neck. In the next moment, he saw Xiang Yan pass by him with a solemn expression. The Grandmaster of the Yang Heart sect felt his body become lighter, but his head had already flown up. The moment he could still feel, an unimaginable scene appeared in his perception. Around him, there were 3 heads flying up like him. Xiang Yan's golden dagger was like a rainbow that swept through this area of hundreds of feet. His attack had not just cut off his head, but the heads of the 3 Grandmasters as well. The 3 Grandmasters had encountered the same thing as him, and had been stopped for a moment by several Gold Dagger Army soldiers. What kind of tactic was this? What kind of army was this? These few people in a team could temporarily trap the sword of a Grandmaster? Until his consciousness disappeared, he only felt shock and puzzlement. Yet time seemed to freeze on the entire battlefield. No one was able to recall what had happened in the blink of an eye. An even more shocking scene had already filled their eyes and burned their hearts. Xiang Yan's body stopped. The long golden dagger in his hand was leveled in the air and caught the 4 falling heads. The heads of the 4 Qin Grandmasters were placed firmly on the golden dagger in his hand and stretched forward. Chapter 592. This is not fair. A sword master, who was following the 4 Grandmasters, let out a furious roar. His flying sword drew a white line in the air, pointing directly at Xiang Yan's chest. There was no finesse to this attack. It did not even represent his cultivation, just his mood and attitude at this time. Beheading 4 realms 7 Grandmasters with one blow. This appeared very impressive, but it was at the cost of sacrificing multiple small groups of cultivators. In his view, even Xiang Yan's display of power right now was an opportunistic and despicable act. Yet the moment he shouted angrily, the Gold Dagger Axe army surging in front of him gave off a wave of metallic clangs. In the next moment, over 1,000 strands of golden wind shot out of the Gold Dagger Axe army's formation as if they had ripped through space. He could sense that they had even formed a huge golden wall that fell down. The terrifying metal clanging came from the golden daggers in the hands of the Gold Dagger army. Dagger tips shot out of the daggers like flying swords. Under the dual effects of vital energy and the mechanisms inside, they flew faster than ordinary flying sword. These dagger tips were separated from the golden daggers, but the tails were connected to thin silver chains. The silver chains carried a cold presence. This was the silver snow iron produced in the Qianjiang Commandery on the southern border of Chu. Pew 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 pew, no one below Realm 7 could stop the thousands of golden lights that came like flying swords. The sound of flesh being pierced sounded. The dozens of cultivators following behind the 4 Grandmasters were all pierced by the golden daggers. Golden light came out of their bodies with a torrent of blood. After the golden spears pierced through their bodies, they were quickly pulled back by the cold iron chains, once again creating a mist of blood in front of them. There is only victory and defeat on the battlefield, there is no fairness. An ordinary Gold Dagger army soldier passed by this Qin cultivator who was covered in dozens of wounds. He said coldly as this cultivator fell forward. In a flash, the 4 realms' 7 grandmasters were beheaded, and dozens of cultivators were killed. There was a loud boom. The Chu army seemed to wake up from a dream and gave unprecedented cheers and shouts. Ever since Consort Zhao had acted and this Gold Dagger army had arrived, the Chu army had been filled with earth-shattering cheers and shouts. This time, it was louder than any of the previous times. The entire space was shaken by the sound wave. Many of the Qin generals had gloomy expressions. They could see that the Gold Dagger army was close to their limits, and they were fighting through sheer willpower. But this was how it was on the battlefield. What decided victory was often momentum and willpower, and not actual combat power. The Chu army had gone completely crazy. The true deciding factor was not Consort Zhao and the Gold Dagger army, but the main Chu army that had gone completely mad. Wei Wujiu looked silently in the direction of Consort Zhao and the Gold Dagger army. Next, the flank of the Qin army would definitely be broken. Yet, he had not given the order yet. When the 4 grandmasters died, their heads were first placed on the golden dagger axe by Xiang Yan, and then scattered on the ground like ordinary sundries. A strange glow appeared in his hazy eyes. It was like a piece of wood that had been silently buried in the mud had started to burn. He thought for a long time and started to walk in the direction of the 70,000 Chu people. More accurately, he was walking in the direction of Consort Zhao. At this time, the army following him naturally knew his identity. When he started to move, his personal army was shocked. A cultivator who was dressed like him as a military advisor quickly followed him. Marquis, do not be impulsive. Consort Zhao herself and Xiang Yan's actions are bait. They know that you are the commander, and that you have never been defeated in such a situation. So they are deliberately doing this. This cultivator could easily keep up with his step. This meant that his cultivation was about the same as his. Being able to say such words at this time meant that this cultivator was one of Wei Wujiu's closest confidants. Looking at Wei Wujiu, who did not immediately respond, this cultivator added, "They are deliberately humiliating you to lure you over. You are a marquis and the commander of the army. You are responsible for the lives of countless people. You cannot be treated as an ordinary cultivator." "You are right." Wei Wujiu suddenly laughed and said, "But you speak of defeat. Since victory has not been decided, how can there be defeat? Since she is there, I naturally have to try to kill her." After a pause, he glanced at the shocked cultivator next to him and said, "The other is full of vigor right now, and the flank will be broken. But before the flank is broken and the Chu army meets up with her, there is still a chance to kill her. If we do not even dare to try, how can the Wei Marquisate establishment have a place in Chongling in the future? A general success is built on the bones of 10,000. Wei Wujiu looked at where the 4 grandmasters had died and said slowly and coldly, "What built up my military achievements and the Wei Marquisate establishment are not just the heads of the enemy, but also the heads of my brothers. Even old Wei can't sit still? That's right, almost all of our old men are dead." In the hell-like battlefield, an old man sighed, but then he laughed proudly. "Marquis." The generals next to him immediately understood what he wanted to do and spoke in unison. "A bag of old bones. It is the same wherever they die. It is best if they can die here, and ensure the safety of the Fang Marquisate establishment." This old man straightened and started to walk. His figure grew faster until he could not be seen. When a cultivator's killing intent reached a certain level, it would cause changes in the flow of primal energies of the universe, and even change the shape of the clouds in the sky. It was easier for other powerful cultivators to sense it. Before these 2 of the 13 marquises of the Qin dynasty officially appeared in her sight, Consort Zhao had sensed them. She frowned and then smiled. She said softly to herself, "Then let's see if you can kill me." There was a loud boom. The cultivator next to Wei Wujiu could not control his killing intent and emotions. His presence resonated with the primal energies of the universe in the distance. Amidst the thunder, the primal energies of the universe naturally gathered. A purple bolt of lightning appeared in the sky and did not dissipate. This huge sound was like a fuse, causing a series of explosions. The sky rumbled continuously, and it was as if a huge mountain was sliding down, constantly exploding with even more astonishing flames. Each marquisate establishment naturally had terrifying power. When the marquises went into battle, their experts naturally all came out. In this moment there were 13 mountains of primal energies of the universe moving in the sky. Chapter 593. For the cultivators of the Chu dynasty army, the flank was still an impenetrable barrier. The 13 marquises of the Qin dynasty were able to become marquises not just because of military service, but because of their own cultivation. Even excluding Min Mountain Sword Sect and Lingshu Sword Gate, Chongling still had some cultivators who were stronger than some of the 13 marquises. Among the 13 marquises, there were strong and weak. The outside world had different opinions of them. Wei Wujiu's cultivation was considered strong among the 13 marquises, but he was not at the top. The most terrifying thing about him was that he was cunning and astute, and he had accumulated a lot of experience. He had many level 7 grandmasters following him. Many of these realms 7 grandmasters were brothers who had gone through life and death with him, but some he had slowly raised over the years. They could be thought of as his disciples or even his nephews. The more powerful cultivators followed him, the fewer chances he would have to act. Therefore, in many battles in the past, it was very rare to see him take the lead and make a move himself. At this time, when he moved, he showed a strong resolve to kill Consort Zhao. This was like a powerful invitation. 13 realms 7 cultivators were not much compared to the hundreds of thousands of soldiers on both sides. But the two armies had been fighting for a long time. Many of the cultivators had died or were seriously wounded, and they restrained each other. At this time, the Qin army still had 13 realm 7s. This was enough to show how strong the Qin dynasty had been in these years. Wei Wujiu moved silently, but a hint of satisfaction appeared in his eyes. These 13 cultivators even had the possibility of assassinating an expert like the Yuanwu emperor. Consort Zhao was an anomaly among realm 7s, but how could she match these cultivators? Xiang Yan looked up slightly. His gold dagger army was still charging towards the Qin flank, but he started to leave this army and move towards Consort Zhao. In a sense, his situation was similar to Wei Wujiu's. The world knew that the gold dagger army he commanded was the strongest army of the Chu dynasty. But this army was always stationed at the borders of the Chu dynasty, and fought against some uncivilized tribes. The world only knew that his cultivation must be very strong, but they could not see how strong he was from his previous attack that killed 4 heads. Wei Wujiu's invitation received many responses, and he was slightly satisfied. Fang Qilin's considerations had nothing to do with life and death. The other grandmasters who had walked out had their own thoughts. A black-clothed swordsman sensed the other 12 powerful auras and looked to his left in shock. In his perception, there was a part of the sky that had turned dark green, as if countless aquatic plants were dancing wildly. That kind of yuan qi was very unique. It belonged to the unique cultivation method of the former Great Wei dynasty. Only Lian Ho and Lian Bo could cultivate this cultivation method to such a degree. Lian Bo was also here? Then the one leading the 50,000 tiger army in the Yin Mountain was just his subordinate? This swordsman took a deep breath. He sensed Zhang Guangdao's presence, and was sure that the one leading the Yin Mountain should be Lian Bo's subordinate, Li Daozhou, whose cultivation was the closest to Lian Bo's. There were 3 marquises here. From a certain point of view, the number of powerful cultivators the Qin army had stationed here surpassed the Yin Mountain. So why would Consort Zhao use herself as a bargaining chip here, and not the Yin Mountain? Was it really just for these 70,000 Chu people? The truly high-level people should pay attention to the overall situation. This black-clothed swordsman was at the bottom of the 13 Qin grandmasters who were attacking Consort Zhao in both status and cultivation, but he was the only one who thought of this immediately. These 13 Qin grandmasters were all heading towards Consort Zhao. Even the commander of the Gold Dagger Army, Xiang Yan, left the army and flew towards Consort Zhao. The intentions of these Qin grandmasters could be said to be extremely clear. Do not go. Yet when some of the cultivators at the front of the 70,000 Chu people wanted to charge towards the 13 Qin grandmasters, Ji Xingbai shouted at them. Why? Numerous cultivators stopped in their steps and looked at the pale Ji Xingbai. I understand her better than you. She does not want us to go over. Ji Xingbai looked at these cultivators and said. It was just a simple sentence, but Ji Xingbai seemed to have exhausted all the energy in her body. Her clothes were drenched in sweat. In reality, he had only interacted with Consort Zhao for a short time. But from the moment he learned of her identity to now, he could sense that Consort Zhao's confidence and pride had not changed. At this time, he started to believe that Consort Zhao had chosen him out of the 70,000 people not because he had some prestige among these people, but because of other reasons. When a main general chose his lieutenants, he did not choose those who were second only to him in terms of combat power and strategy, but to choose those who understood him and his intentions the best. If she had not misjudged him, and he had not misjudged, then Consort Zhao had a way to resolve this situation, and did not need them to fearlessly sacrifice their lives. Including him, these 70,000 Chu people did not have enough cultivators to pose a threat to the 13 Qin grandmasters. So if they had to sacrifice their lives, they had to wait for the right time. Just the two of us? Xiang Yan and Consort Zhao were relatively close. He was the first to reach in front of Consort Zhao. He knelt on one knee and bowed. In the Chu dynasty, this was the highest form of etiquette, especially on the battlefield. This kind of etiquette did not just represent ordinary respect, but also status. If more people come, these Qin people may discover my tracks ahead of time. Also, there are not many people worthy of my absolute trust. When Xiang Yan arrived, Consort Zhao had stood up. She nodded in return, explained, and then said softly, "The two of us are enough." Xiang Yan raised an eyebrow slightly. Of course he felt it was not enough. There was no Realm 7 Grandmaster in the world who could face 13 opponents of the same level, except Wang Jingming back then. He knew his limits, but since she said it was enough, then he believed she had her reasons. Consort Zhao straightened and then raised her head. Among the 13 auras that represented powerful grandmasters, one of them was the first to descend like a rolling avalanche. Snowy Mountain Sword Form, Wei Wujiu's White Mountain. Consort Zhao looked at the figure that had come first with this presence, and seemed to be flying in the air. She shouted the person's identity, and then said proudly and disdainfully, "The first to test the sword is still one of Old Wei's people. This time, Old Wei is really going all out. But even with so many people coming, he is still so cautious. He has not changed his nature." Her words were clear, and her voice spread through the surroundings. She did not seem to be channeling her vital energy at this time. But before she finished speaking, the sword essence in the air formed. With a boom, countless dazzling white sword lights appeared in the sky like a collapsing snow mountain had appeared out of thin air. This sword move was purely the way of hard and fierce crushing. It was the most classic sword move of the Qin people. But facing this sword move that no one could dodge and could only be defeated, Consort Zhao only crushed a thin object in her hand. With a crisp crack, it was like crushing a thin teacup. This sound was covered by her voice. Yet as multiple faint blue streams of light flowed out of her fingers, a ball of energy vibrations more violent than this sword essence came out of her hand. A blue shadow appeared in front of the avalanche of dazzling white sword light like the shadow of a mountain gate. But when the blue shadow flashed, the Qin Grandmaster behind the sword light gave a shrill scream. He flew backwards like a hawk, and a bloody mist exploded in front of his chest. Consort Zhao smiled, her smile extremely enchanting. Do not forget that Chu weapons are the best in the world, and I am the Empress Dowager of the Chu dynasty. Who can have better Chu weapons than me? Chapter 594. Consort Zhao Xiang had been called Demon Consort Zhao by many people in the Chu dynasty. Her smile was too enchanting. At this time, her smile was enough to make the most beautiful flowers in the world lose color, but these Qin grandmasters felt a chill. She was the Empress Dowager, but in reality, she was the ruler of the Chu dynasty. All the Chu weapons of the Chu dynasty belonged to her. Just now, she used a seal weapon to seriously wound a Qin grandmaster. How many more such terrifying Chu weapons did she have? The Indigo Mountain Gate's shadow had disappeared in front of her, but there were still many green leaf-like energies flying in the air, ripping through the air and giving off sounds of tearing. This sharp and powerful presence even reached Wei Wujiu hundreds of feet away. He looked down slightly at the multiple tears on his robes and then said, "This is the door-sealing token, one of the 5 legendary weapons of the Chu dynasty. Also, some of those weapons are not meant to be used against enemies. Do not tell me you have many of these Chu weapons. What is known to outsiders is not a true killing weapon." Consort Zhao looked at Wei Wujiu and said disdainfully, "You speak so well, why don't you come up and see what else I have?" Wei Wujiu sneered. "Since the door-sealing token is in your hands, then a Chu weapon like the Sumeru formation naturally is also here." Consort Zhao sighed and said with regret, "Old ghost is old ghost, you think clearly. But you can gamble. Maybe the Sumeru formation is not here, or maybe the Sumeru formation does not have the power of the legends. So you have such an idea." Hearing the conversation between Consort Zhao Xiang and Wei Wujiu, the Qin grandmasters in the surroundings felt cold again, and even broke out in a cold sweat on their back. According to the limited records of cultivators, the Chu dynasty's Sumeru formation was a kind of self-destructive seal weapon. The special characteristic of this kind of seal weapon was that the stronger the attack, the stronger the explosion. From a certain point of view, Consort Zhao, a cultivator with a strong physical body, was a perfect match for this kind of seal weapon. The more grandmasters attacked together, the greater the power she could generate when activating this seal weapon. Her body might be able to withstand the power of this seal weapon, but they could not. Perhaps from the very beginning, she had been waiting for them to gather around before using this legendary Chu weapon. "I want to know if a magical artifact like the Sumeru formation will still be useful if we don't engage in close combat." Wei Wujiu looked at the provocative Consort Zhao and said coldly. When he said this, a bone-like brilliance accompanied by a powerful life-bond aura appeared in front of him. A pale white sword floated in front of him. This sword seemed to be made of white bones, and it exuded a very ancient aura. Using a sword is better than using a practitioner weapon because you can change it according to your mind. No matter how strong a practitioner weapon was, how could it be placed outside the body and move as one wished? Swords can be used frequently and weapons can be used frequently? Wei Wujiu looked at Consort Zhao and said slowly, "Chu will be destroyed by Qin. This is inevitable." A clear wind blew in front of him. His sword flew out. The air was filled with dense white qi, and hundreds of white sword shadows instantly flowed in the air. The rest of the Qin grandmasters also came to their senses. 12 sword lights flew out like serpents and landed around Consort Zhao and Xiang Yan. Every grandmaster chose a different path after reaching the natal realm. Many people did not use flying swords as their main means of fighting. The reason was that if a sword was not in the hand, it could not perfectly carry more vital essence and the yuan qi of heaven and earth in an instant. Other than this, for cultivators above Realm 7, the distance of space was greatly reduced. Some people's figures were even faster than flying sword. Yet most Qin grandmasters' life-bond item was a sword. While they did not use flying swords as their primary weapon after reaching Realm 7, they used flying swords for a long time in their cultivation. Naturally, they knew how to use flying swords. Even more importantly, even if they used flying swords to fight, the power of a dozen grandmasters working together was still terrifying. These flying swords even cut through the primal energies of the universe in this area, and covered down like an umbrella. They cut the area where Consort Zhao and Xiang Yan were into an independent world. These swords were all grandmaster swords. As they flew through each other, their own sword path did not affect the sword energies of the other flying swords, and caused the sword essences of the surrounding swords to grow stronger. Such a scene, in the eyes of Consort Zhao and Xiang Yan, was inexplicably beautiful. Very few people in the world could see so many powerful grandmasters working together to use swords. Seeing such a scene, Consort Zhao's lips curled up slightly. She said softly in disdain, "You don't even dare to come close. How can you kill me? Follow me," she said softly to Xiang Yan. Then her figure disappeared from her spot. She dashed forward, heading towards where Wei Wujiu and Fang Qilin were. A unique seal weapon appeared in her hand. It looked like a piece of yellow rotten wood, but this piece of rotten wood was covered in tiny seal scripts as though there were ants crawling on it. In this moment, these seal scripts lit up and gave off blinding golden light. They seemed to crawl furiously on this seal weapon like ants. They piled up and then flew into the air as though they had grown wings. The golden seal scripts flew into the air. Each tiny seal script gave off a destructive presence that caused even Realm 7s to tremble. Such a crazy woman. Wei Wujiu looked at Consort Zhao, whose phoenix robes seemed to be burning, and shook his head. None of the other practitioner weapons in the legends had such a presence. This rotten wood-like practitioner weapon was the Sumeru formation. She wanted to charge into their midst and activate this seal weapon. She cultivated her own body. When she charged at full power, even the flying swords could not stop her. However, how could this kind of impact stop them from scattering? As he shook his head, an indescribable ruthlessness appeared on his face. It was as if a layer of metallic luster covered his face. He did not dodge. He took a deep breath and recalled his life source sword. The true essence in his body was forced out of his body. In an instant, his entire body seemed to expand endlessly. Even if he and she were seriously injured at the same time, in the next moment, this top existence of the Chu dynasty would not be able to avoid the fate of being killed. The other Qin grandmasters perceptively sensed his intentions. With several shouts, even the cultivator who had been following him flew out. These grandmasters were not pedantic. As long as they could reach their final goal, they did not care about the process, especially when this was Wei Wujiu's own choice. A golden light followed closely behind Consort Zhao. In this moment, many people were shocked at Xiang Yan's speed. This gold dagger army commander's flying speed was not much slower than Consort Zhao. If there were any variables, this gold dagger army commander would be the biggest variable in the eyes of these Qin grandmasters. Not far from Lian Bo, Zhang Guangdao's cultivation was at the bottom of the 13 Qin grandmasters, and he was the least noticeable. At this time, his figure also stopped. Chapter 595. Grandmasters were called grandmasters because they had to experience countless battles to deeply understand the details of the flow of primal energies of the universe. Only then could they break through from Realm 6 to Realm 7 and move mountains. Zhang Guangdao was the least attention-grabbing of these grandmasters. But at this time, his slight abnormalities were immediately detected by the surrounding grandmasters. Wei Wujiu turned his head and narrowed his eyes. He saw a copper box appear in Zhang Guangdao's hand. At the bottom of this copper box was a silver-white crystal. Inside the copper box, There were dozens of extremely thin silver-white swords that looked like pig iron floating in the air. In this moment, Zhang Guangdao's vital energy surged out of his body and flooded into the copper box. These dozens of small silver swords gave off mountainous presences. The small silver swords, in the perception of these cultivators, were like tin mountains that flew into the air. The air, or more accurately, the flowing primal energies of the universe, was filled with the presence of tin. The grandmasters in the primal energies of the universe seemed to be filled with tin in their bodies, especially their chests. The dozens of small silver swords fell down like small mountains, and sealed off the escape paths of these grandmasters. Including Wei Wujiu, all the Qin grandmasters who were enveloped by these sword moves sank into extreme fury. They finally understood what Consort Zhao was relying on. What angered them was not that Consort Zhao's method of resolving this situation was the stronger Chu weapon, but the betrayal of their own people. Zhang Guangdao had the Tin Mountain sword box. The cultivators of the world were familiar with this seal weapon. Just before the Deer Mountain Conference, in the trap against Zhao Si and by Shanshui on the Wei River, this seal weapon had appeared to block Bai Shanshui's path. While Bai Shanshui had been stopped for a moment, he had still defeated the Tin Mountain sword box. At this time, it was impossible for the Tin Mountain sword box to seal off many opponents like Bai Shanshui for a moment. But other than the Tin Mountain sword box, there was another vast sword essence coming down. This sword essence came from Lian Bo, who was quickly retreating. His dark green sword was still flying in the air, but a green longsword had silently appeared in his hand. The green longsword was intertwined with clouds, and within the clouds, fog and torrential rain were constantly being generated. He was the person closest to Zhang Guangdao, and had the highest chance of stopping Zhang Guangdao. Yet his sword did not fall towards Zhang Guangdao, but towards the Qin grandmasters surrounded by the Tin Mountain sword tray. The power contained in this blue longsword even surpassed the life-bond sword he had nurtured for many years. The clouds and mist on the sword splashed out along with the momentum of his sword. In the perception of these grandmasters, it was as if the clouds and rain in the distant Mount Wu were all drawn over, rushing into this cramped space like flood dragons. Several loud shouts were heard. All the Qin grandmasters trapped in the sword moves of the Tin Mountain sword tray reacted, but they did not target Zhang Guangdao or Lian Bo. Instead, they used their strongest defensive move. Because they were not ordinary cultivators, they were grandmasters, so they knew that with Lian Bo's sword, they did not have enough time to charge out. Consort Zhao had arrived. There was a loud explosion. Consort Zhao had appeared in the area sealed by the Tin Mountain sword tray. She did not target anyone. Like a meteor falling from the sky, she smashed into this area and hit the ground. Her speed was faster than anyone here. When she arrived, the Chu weapon in her hand had been completely activated. The light seals that surged out like golden ants had formed a golden curtain of light. The sword energy of the Tin Mountain sword tray, the sword energy of Lian Bo's sword, and the power released by the other Qin grandmasters in the sealed area as they defended with all their strength attacked and cut this golden curtain of light. This golden curtain of light immediately shattered, and gave off even more terrifying power. A golden sun formed in the area sealed by dozens of small silver swords. Lian Bo's sword intent and the clouds and rain formed by his sword were instantly shattered by the golden light and evaporated into nothingness. Poof! He first spat out a mouthful of blood. Unable to hold his long sword, he was sent flying backwards. Then came the dozens of small silver swords stuck in the ground. Like a collapsing mountain, these small silver swords flew backwards in all kinds of positions. Zhang Guangdao's hands that gripped the Tin Mountain sword tray gave off the sound of bones cracking. The spreading golden light hit his body, and then his bones cracked. He was bathed in the bloody mist that seeped out of his flesh. There was a violent explosion in the golden light. It was as if a huge ship was crashing into a thick cliff. Every impact caused the earth to shake and the mountains to shake. Xiang Yan came to the edge of the golden sun created by the explosion as the small silver swords flew away. His expression was grave to the extreme. He waved the golden dagger axe in his hand dozens of times in an instant, cutting apart a mass of golden light that was rushing towards him. His body was barely able to stabilize his body amidst the huge shock. His palms and fingers were dripping with blood. The golden light only burst outwards for a short moment and then started to disappear. It looked like it was shrinking inwards. The entire space felt like a piece of burning red coal. Even the primal energies of the universe seemed to have been burned to ash, fixed in the air, and then peeled off layer by layer. A Qin Grandmaster was the first to appear. This was Pang Yugu of Fang Ho Province. His birth was illustrious, and he had once cultivated at Lingshu Sword Gate. Where the golden light passed, his figure appeared in the air. His clothes were not disheveled at all. A life-bond sword essence burned like a torch in his right hand. Seeing such a figure, Xiang Yan's pupils shrank slightly, and his expression became extremely solemn. But in the next moment, multiple explosions came from this Qin Grandmaster's body. Multiple bloody holes appeared on his arms. Blood gushed out. His body fell hard to the ground like a mountain. The golden light shrank in front of Consort Zhao. Consort Zhao's figure appeared. She was standing, but her white jade-like hands were covered in cracks with drops of glowing blood flowing out. In this area, only two people could stand. Other than Consort Zhao, the other was Wei Wujiu. Xiang Yan took a deep breath. Even though this result was very favorable to him, this scene still made him feel unusually frightened, and even made his body constantly tremble with coldness. He had never thought that this seal weapon could release such power. Wei Wujiu's robes were dyed red. But most of it was not his blood, but the blood of the cultivator who had been following him. The cultivation of the cultivator under him was definitely above average among these grandmasters, but right now, his injuries were the most serious, so serious that he was about to die. Some had betrayed, and some had protected with their lives. This is not a matter of one person's life and death. Wei Wujiu supported his dying subordinate with one hand. His gaze did not land on Consort Zhao, but on Lian Bo and Zhang Guangdao. We overlooked a problem. How could something like the Tin Mountain sword box appear in your hands because of Li Lingjuan's trade? But as a Wei person, you have become a marquis of the Qin dynasty. I do not understand what you are dissatisfied about. I do not understand why you can ignore the kindness of the Qin dynasty. Chapter 596. Once he became a marquis, his origins and many of his past deeds would not be a secret. From a certain point of view, every person who started as an ordinary cultivator and became a powerful marquis had a legendary experience. These legends were widely spread, recorded in the history books or the books of the cultivation world, and even changed into many versions of the story. Lian Bo's origins were not a secret. He had once been a Wei person, but the former Wei dynasty had inadvertently fallen into the trap of the Qin and relied too much on Cloud Water Palace. When the Qin had deliberately allowed Cloud Water Palace to be the only power in the Wei dynasty, his sect had stood against Cloud Water Palace and was mercilessly sacrificed. His sect had been destroyed by the decree of the Wei Emperor. He carried the blood debt of his sect and fled to Chongling. He became a general of the Qin army in Chongling and led his army into the Wei Imperial Palace. Even if he could not kill the Wei Emperor himself, he had taken revenge for his sect. His growth and revenge could not be separated from the help of the Qin, especially when the Yuanwu Emperor did not care that he was a Wei person and gave him the same respect. He used his military achievements to confer him the title of one of the 13 marquises of the Qin dynasty. What an honor this was! Even if anyone were to comment on this, it would still be a great favor to him. At the beginning, the 13 Qin grandmasters had worked together to kill Consort Zhao. But because of Lian Bo and Zhang Guangdao's betrayal, 8 grandmasters were trapped in the sword formation of the Tin Mountain Sword Bok. At this time, the strongest swordsman under Wei Wujiu's command had died, and the others were seriously injured. While there were 2 grandmasters outside, Consort Zhao still had Xiang Yan by her side. The 2 uninjured Qin grandmasters outside the sword formation and Wei Wujiu himself would not be able to kill Consort Zhao and Xiang Yan even if they won. At least, they would not be able to stop Consort Zhao from escaping. Also, Consort Zhao might have other moves. In reality, no matter what Chu weapons Consort Zhao had, if not for Lian Bo and Zhang Guangdao's betrayal, she would have undoubtedly died today. This was enough to change this battle and even the entire history of the world. But she had died at Lian Bo's hands. How could Wei Wujiu not feel pain? He even felt great sorrow. He felt that Lian Bo needed to give an explanation, and he also knew that Lian Bo would definitely give an explanation. Lian Bo sat on the ground with a pale face. His expression was very complicated. Perhaps it was because of his heavy injuries, but his eyes were very dim. It's actually very simple. He took a deep breath, met Wei Wujiu's gaze and said, "I met her a long time ago when I was cultivating in Wei. If it wasn't for her, I wouldn't have been able to escape Wei and would have died long ago. Only by surviving can I continue to cultivate and fight." After a moment of silence, he continued, "I became a noble in the Qin dynasty largely because of my cultivation and battles. I also made many contributions to the Qin dynasty in destroying the Wei kingdom. So in terms of kindness, her kindness to me is greater than the Qin dynasty's kindness to me." "Can we count it that way?" Wei Wujiu laughed angrily. "Can kindness be divided into such a simple order? No, you can't. As long as you owe a debt of gratitude, how can you distinguish it clearly?" Lian Bo also laughed. His smile contained countless emotions. He persisted as he slowly stood up. "If this is shamelessness, then it is my matter. If I die, it has nothing to do with anyone." Wei Wujiu and the 2 uninjured Qin grandmasters suddenly felt a chill. From Lian Bo's words, they realized what was about to happen. "Thank you." Lian Bo's smile grew brighter. He said to Consort Zhao with a smile, "Getting revenge is the happiest thing in the world. That day, when I led the army into the Wei Palace, I was so happy that I was willing to die. Later, when I stayed in Chongling and was made a marquis, I was at a loss and did not know what else to do. The kindness owed is only heavy." His words were not loud, but in the ears of Wei Wujiu and these Qin grandmasters, they were like thunder. Wei Wujiu and the 2 Qin grandmasters who were not seriously injured were naturally on guard. The vital essence in their bodies began to circulate wildly. Pew 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 pew. Before he finished speaking, Lian Bo's body seemed to be penetrated by countless sharp swords. The remaining vital energy and primal energies of the universe in his body sprayed out of his meridians. Then, his body flew up and fell from the sky in an instant. However, a joyous sword intent had already formed in his hand and slashed out. Dampness formed in the air and gathered in his sword essence. This sword light was like an enormous red carp that leapt towards Wei Wujiu. Wei Wujiu was speechless. This sword contained Lian Bo's vitality. The strength of the sword essence was even greater than Lian Bo at his peak. In this moment, he could only defend again. His life-bond sword that had returned to his hand gave off gray frost. There seemed to be many transparent walls of frost in the air. There was a deafening boom. His figure was still standing steadily, but his hands were trembling non-stop. A lot of frost stained his body. Many bone-deep wounds appeared on his body. Blood gushed out from these wounds like a cheerful spring. 2 killing intents fell towards Consort Zhao. The 2 Qin grandmasters did not care about Wei Wujiu. They just wanted to use this moment to kill Consort Zhao. But at this time, Consort Zhao looked up and grinned at Wei Wujiu. Her expression was unusually serious. "Now, it is my turn to try to kill you," A muffled sound. A figure stumbled back along with the sword essence. Xiang Yan pushed back this Qin grandmaster with his dagger axe, but blood appeared in his palms again. At this time, a snow-white sword light fell towards Consort Zhao's waist. This sword essence was pure and focused. The Qin grandmaster who had attacked came from Qiu Mountain Sword School, and was called Qi Ruosheng. He was a legend in Chongling. His talent was not astounding, and even his comprehension was lacking compared to his fellow disciples. Qiu Mountain Sword School was only a second-rate cultivation place in Chongling. Yet, he cultivated a simple sword manual, and became the only Realm 7 cultivator of Qiu Mountain Sword School. Because of his focus, his attack was steady and terrifying. Consort Zhao moved like the wind towards Wei Wujiu, as though she had no attention to spare for this attack. Xiang Yan's attack was finished. Seeing that he could no longer block such a sword, he did something that these Qin grandmasters had not expected at all. His figure moved forward, and in an extremely simple manner, he blocked the sword like a shield. The snow-white sword light stabbed Xiang Yan's body. Where the sword light pointed, Xiang Yan's clothes fell apart piece by piece. However, when the tip of the sword entered his flesh, there was no sound of flesh being cut apart by a sharp weapon. Instead, there was a muffled clang, as if the sword had stabbed into a steel wall. The sword tip entered half an inch into the flesh, but could not penetrate further. The sword energy only went in half an inch. Xiang Yan's face turned ashen. With a poof, he spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with powerful vital energy and primal energies of the universe like countless bloody sword lights. Qi Ruosheng screamed, his left hand forming a sword seal. The sword light swept away the blood energy. In a rush, the energies in his body roiled. Wei Wujiu's pupils contracted to their limit. He looked at Consort Zhao who was charging at him. He did not choose to flee, but gave a beast-like growl. He gathered all of his vital energy into a bundle, and gathered it into his life-bond sword. His life-bond sword contracted rapidly according to his thoughts, turning into a finger-thick sword. With terrifying speed, it stabbed towards Consort Zhao's heart meridian. A path of light was left in the air, rippling with the presence of mutual destruction. Consort Zhao looked at the sword light heading for her heart meridian. She did not change her direction. Her seemingly small body exploded with a terrifying power like a tsunami. She also gave an unimaginable scream. With a boom, her fist also smashed towards Wei Wujiu's heart meridian. A visible pillar of wind appeared in front of her fist due to the pressure of her power. In this moment, countless people on the battlefield shouted in shock. Everyone knew that she cultivated her own body. However, Wei Wujiu's sword pursued extreme penetrative power. How could any physical body block it? Sword and fist collided. Was this really the result of mutual destruction? The sword light landed on her body and illuminated her jade-like face. Yet her body only shook, and the sword light did not pierce her body. Boom! Her fist smashed into Wei Wujiu's body, but it did not send him flying. Instead, it directly smashed through Wei Wujiu's body and lifted him onto her arm. Everyone on the battlefield stopped breathing for a moment. Even the flow of time seemed to stop. Wei Wujiu's feet left the ground. His power had completely disappeared, but he did not die. He looked in disbelief at Consort Zhao's heart meridian, and saw an ancient copper mirror flashing with dim yellow light. I told you before, I am the Empress Dowager of the Chu dynasty. The strongest of the Chu weapons in the world are naturally with me. Consort Zhao coughed up blood and said proudly, "Pity that you are too pedantic. Even the most cunning fox cannot change its habits, and will always fall into the trap of the hunter." Chapter 597. The light in Wei Wujiu's eyes quickly dimmed. He looked at Consort Zhao and responded softly before he died, "Originally, I only admired one woman. You are the second. Consort Zhao nodded, pulled back her fist, and allowed his body to slide off her arm to the ground. Without a doubt, her risk had succeeded. But she also knew that the final victory would depend on the Yin Mountain. When she turned and looked in the direction of the Yin Mountain, most of the Qin army had finished gathering. The Qin army surrounding Tianqi City was about to start a new round of attack. Because Sima Qiu viewed this isolated city of the Chu army as the key to victory, he gave the order to take this city before nightfall, and then quickly set up defenses to attack the main force of the Chu army. So the attack this time was different from the previous ones. They could not care about casualties or the wear and tear of armament. Countless arrows rained down on the city. The arrowheads of these arrows were made from phosphor stone. After the friction with the air, they started to burn and turned into balls of fire. The archers of the Qin army pulled on their bowstrings. These expensive arrows were being used crazily in their hands like free withered twigs. Because of their pursuit of extreme speed, the fingers of these archers started to bleed and their arms started to tremble. Most of the seal weapons had been used up in the first round of attack. At this time, in this isolated city surrounded by the Qin army, most places were burning. There were pillars of smoke rising into the sky, and the air was filled with all kinds of burning smells. One of the Qin army's heavy armored cavalry started to charge towards a broken part of the city wall. Their heavy iron hooves hit the ground and caused the rubble on the wall to jump. At this time, a sharp sound of breaking through the air suppressed all other sounds. In the next moment, the Qin army gave earth-shaking cheers. It turned out that at this moment, a batch of heavy crossbow machines from the Qin army had been moved to this place. Several hundred heavy crossbow bolts, as thick as a baby's arm, fiercely plunged into the broken section of the city wall, followed by another round of crossbow bolts. In just a moment, 3 rounds of crossbow bolts were fired. Over 1,000 heavy crossbow bolts nailed the area around the city wall into a forest, and the frightening force stirred up waves of dust that spread outwards. However, amidst the cheers that shook the earth, amidst the clouds of dust that splashed up as the crossbow bolts fiercely pierced the wall and the mud within, a figure appeared at the broken wall directly in front of the heavy armored cavalry. The moment this figure appeared, a terrifying heat appeared in the dust. Then even the dust seemed to burn, turning into sparks that flew outwards. The figure in the dancing sparks was a tall man. His black hair was not tied up and danced wildly in the sparks. Yet when the Qin soldiers saw his figure, an even brighter ball of fire appeared in his hand. He raised his sword and swung this ball of fire. The sword of the heavens and earth exploded. It was like an enormous cauldron had smashed down, and then turned into a sword essence that cut down. Pew 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 pew, a patch of fiery red fell in front of this crazily charging heavy cavalry. When the several hundred heavy cavalry crashed into this patch of fiery red, their bodies exploded as if they had been set on fire. Countless heavy metal armor pieces flew out. Time seemed to freeze in this moment. Many people swallowed mouthfuls of saliva with difficulty, but they still couldn't breathe smoothly. At the place where the fiery red light landed, a deep sword scar that was more than 1,000 feet long and 10 feet wide had appeared. The broken limbs and armor of the heavy armored cavalry fell into this sword mark and burned. The remaining dozens of cavalry could not advance. Those blindfolded war horses sensed great terror, and could not be controlled by the riders on them. They spun furiously on the spot. The most shocked were the numerous cultivators in the Qin army. Some of the memories that had been buried in their minds for many years started to awaken. This scene seemed familiar. Many years ago, when the Qin dynasty's army had swept through the cities of the Zhao dynasty, there had been a blacksmith shop in one of the cities. There had been a grandmaster in that shop. Then he had come to the city gates alone with a sword and swung his sword at the tide of Qin soldiers. A long sword mark appeared in front of the city. After that, the grandmaster only said one sentence: "Whoever crosses this sword mark will die." Then, the entire army was gone. The world knew that the Zhao sword furnace was in that city. Whoever passes this sword mark will die. In the light of the fire, Zhao Su's black hair turned deep red, dancing like tiny flames. He had followed Tang Mei under his master's orders and left the Zhao for many years. Many memories of the Zhao had faded. But he was someone who had experienced that battle. He and the cultivators of the Zhao sword furnace had stood in the city and watched his master use his sword. Looking at the sword that he had executed and the sword scar, the sword strike of his master teacher became clearer and clearer in his memory. Gradually, it began to overlap with the image before his eyes. It was only at this moment that he truly understood the meaning behind his master's sword attack. He said these words. Listening to his own voice burning in the raging flames, he felt that he was a bit closer to his master from back then, and that he had become a bit stronger. This feeling was very good. Several shrill military orders rang out, and the troops that had been following the heavy cavalry here suddenly began to retreat. Back then, Yuqin people did not dare to face the sword of the Zhao sword furnace head-on. So many years later, no one dares to come out. Zhao Su looked coldly at the Qin army in front of him and said, in terms of invincibility, who was truly invincible back then? When he said this, a strange sound suddenly rang out in the sky where the clouds were flying. This sound was like the cry of a crane, but carried a dark and terrifying presence. Everyone subconsciously looked up at the sky at this moment. A thick, ink-black cloud flew over from the sky, rolling and churning. There seemed to be a crane in the cloud energy, but it had no flesh or feathers. It was just a skeleton. But the skeleton burned with black flames that surpassed the imagination of the people. There are some things you do not understand. A ghostly voice drifted down from the sky. The black cloud retreated, and the black bone crane disappeared. Not far behind the sword mark, there was a cultivator covered in ghost energy standing. This cultivator wore black robes with a high collar. As he looked up at Zhao Su and spoke, black energy flashed around him, forming black plum blossoms and then quickly disappearing. Wang Jingmeng once agreed to a battle with your master. But your Zhao emperor was too stupid, and feared your master would steal his throne just because of some rumors. He first set a trap to kill your master, the cultivator said. This cultivator said serenely, while Wang Jingmeng and I are mortal enemies, I will speak the truth. I cannot ruin the reputation of all Qin people because of this. Chapter 598. The gentlemen of ancient times ruled the world with benevolence and righteousness. Yuqin people Yuanwu stole the country. Zheng Xiu has 2 husbands. Do you care about reputation? Zhao Su raised an eyebrow and said coolly. What did you say? Hearing his words, a wave of angry curses rose from the Qin army. Zhao Su's lips curled slightly, a disdainful expression on his face, but he did not look at the Qin soldiers. The things I am telling you have nothing to do with others, only the Bazin Kendo ground, and the battle between Wang Jingmeng and your master. The strategist cultivator's expression did not change. Just like before, he said quietly, some things, regardless of whether you believe them or not, exist. Zhao Su looked at him and asked, Who are you? This cultivator nodded in greeting and said, Shi Changluo, but many people are used to calling me Ghost Master. Zhao Su stilled slightly and then nodded in greeting. So it is the ghost sword who betrayed the Bazin Kendo ground in the past. I had not thought that after leaving the Bazin Kendo ground, you really cultivated the methods of the Enan ghost. The two spoke calmly, but even during this battle, gasps and gasps could be heard inside and outside the city. The significance of the Bazin Kendo ground to the Qin was self-evident. Even though many records about the Bazin Kendo ground had been burned after Yuanwu ascended the throne, for the army, and especially for cultivators, many things and people could not be erased. In the most glorious decades of the Bazin Kendo ground, there had only been one traitor, Shi Changluo. In the legends, Shi Changluo's sword essence was unfathomable, so he was called the Ghost Sword. Supposedly, he had become a traitor of the Bazin Kendo ground because he had wanted to assassinate Wang Jingming. In the legends, his talent was close to Wang Jingming's. Because he was too jealous of Wang Jingming's talent, he feared that Wang Jingming would surpass him in the future, so he wanted to assassinate Wang Jingming. After failing, he fell off a cliff, but luckily escaped. When a legendary person reappeared, they usually carried the presence of an era, and caused the air to grow heavy. But Shi Changluo's expression was very calm. He said, "There is no difference in cultivation methods, use them if they are useful." Such an indifferent attitude caused Zhao Su's expression to become even more solemn. He felt as though he was being stared at by a ferocious beast. He looked at Shi Changluo and said seriously, "The rumor is that you betrayed the Bazin Kendo ground because you were jealous of Wang Jingming's failed assassination. But you are not a narrow-minded person. Without determining life and death, how can one know who is strong and who is weak?" Shi Changluo's tone suddenly became sinister. "If I lose to him, I naturally have nothing to say, but if I kill him, it proves that he is not as strong as me." Zhao Su frowned. "So it's the sword fanatic." Shi Changluo glanced at this grandmaster of the Zhao sword furnace and felt countless complicated emotions. But in a moment, his mind became absolutely calm without any ripples. "Why not kill Yuanwu?" Zhao Su could not help but ask. The expressions of many Qin soldiers changed again. "While I escaped and did not die in the Bazin Kendo ground, I was seriously injured and my progress has slowed. If we are both realm 8, maybe I should try," Shi Changluo responded with a calm expression. Everyone could hear his meaning. He admitted that he could not keep up with Yuanwu. Otherwise, if he and Yuanwu were the only ones in the world, then he would fight to the death with Yuanwu to see who was strong and who was weak. Zhao Su was silent for a long time. He took a deep breath and looked up into Shi Changluo's eyes. He asked solemnly, "In the past, Wang Jingming really set a date with my master to fight?" Shi Changluo said coldly, "You should know about the flying sword that killed the moon in the Mirror Lake and burned the sulfur pond. Mirror Lake was originally in the Wu province of the Zhao. In the past, when the Qin and Zhao were fighting, the Qin army had taken Wu province. Wang Jingming had looked at Mirror Lake at night and used a sword. The water had not rippled, but the reflection of the moon in the Mirror Lake had split into two halves. There was a hot spring in Quan City of the Zhao border called the Sulphur Pond. The water was yellow and warm, and was dozens of hectares wide. One day, that grandmaster of the Zhao sword furnace had used a sword on this sulphur pond, evaporating the sulphur pond and even stopping the flow of the hot spring. These two matters had happened a long time ago, but they represented the peak of sword skill and cultivation in the world of cultivators. Just like Yuanwu flattening a mountain with a sword at the Deer Mountain Conference, they were fated to be passed down in the world of cultivators. Especially the burning of the sulphur pond by the grandmaster of the Zhao sword furnace. Later, many stories said that he had been dissatisfied with the emperor of the Zhao dynasty, so he had used that sword to pressure him. Not long after, he had been killed by the emperor of the Zhao dynasty. These were all old matters, and the twists and turns were hard to explain. But today, with people like Shi Changluo and Zhao Su gathered, it was possible to sort them out. Especially for Zhao Su, these matters were more important than his own life and death. "So you mean that my master burned the sulphur pond in response to Wang Jingming's sword?" He looked at Shi Changluo and asked slowly. Shi Changluo sneered. "The time between the two matters is about the time the news reached the Zhao sword furnace. You should know your master better than me. With his personality, would he be so bored as to use a sword like that to intimidate the emperor of the Zhao?" Zhao Su was silent for a moment. Then he bowed and said, "I would like to hear the details." "Very simple," Shi Changluo said. Previously, the city where the Zhao sword furnace was at was just an ordinary city that the Qin army had destroyed along the way. But no one had thought that there would be a sword furnace there, and a grandmaster like that, and many powerful cultivators like you. Your master destroyed a Qin army in one move. For the Bazin Kendo ground at the time, even if they sent many cultivators and armies to destroy your city, even if they killed your master, if you escaped, it would be a disaster. So Wang Jingmeng wanted to gamble with a battle. If he won against your master, the Zhao sword furnace would leave the city, and the Qin army would leave the city. But the people of the Zhao sword furnace would not interfere in the war between the Qin and Zhao. After a pause, Shi Changluo said with slight disdain, that was the best method. If it was me, I would do the same. Zhao Su asked, what does this have to do with those two matters? Wang Jingmeng is different from me. Perhaps he felt that a battle without life and death was the best, so he attacked first. If your master knew that he was no match for him, there would have been no need for this battle. However, your master intentionally returned his attack. Shi Changluo lowered his head slightly and said. Zhao Su's eyes were complicated. He started to speak, but his words became slow. So my master felt that he and Wang Jingmeng were opponents. Otherwise, with his personality, if Wang Jingmeng's attack was not as good as his, he would not have attacked. If Wang Jingmeng was much better than him, he would not have attacked. Shi Changluo said coolly, you finally understand? Inside and outside the city, many soldiers and cultivators were in a state of great shock at this moment. So the strongest person of the Qin dynasty and the grandmaster of the Zhao sword furnace had been opponents. They had even agreed on a time to fight. But before victory was decided, the grandmaster of the Zhao sword furnace had died in the Zhao dynasty's scheme. Chapter 599. In other words, so many people of the Zhao sword furnace have wrongly blamed him. Zhao Su sighed softly. But he did not have a good ending, even worse than my master. My master did not believe in people, and stood aloof from worldly affairs, but he believed in the wrong person. Shi Changluo looked noncommittally at him, and did not say anything. His battle with Wang Jingmeng had changed the trajectory of his life. If there was no such person as Wang Jingmeng in this world, maybe he would be the strongest person in the world, the sword maniac of the Bazin Kendo ground, the strongest genius. But even though he had failed to assassinate Wang Jingmeng back then, and his cultivation progress had slowed down due to his serious injuries, which had greatly affected his cultivation, that had been his own choice. He did not feel much hatred towards an enemy like Wang Jingmeng. Zhao Su thought and then asked seriously, then honestly speaking, if Wang Jingmeng and my master fought back then, who do you think would have won? Shi Changluo shook his head. Logically speaking, I think your master will win. Wang Jingmeng has no moves he cannot defeat, any moves are at his fingertips, and any moves in his hands will become wondrous. His sword moves are wondrous, and each flow of energy seems to be in its original position. But even the most exquisite sword moves have traces to follow. Your master's sword moves are sometimes like intuition, a natural reaction of a swordsman's body and energy. But no one can say for certain things like this. Someone's opinion does not represent the result. A swordsman will experience countless stages in their life. Wang Jingmeng when he fought the Han, Zhao, and Wei dynasties is different from the Wang Jingmeng who fought in Chongling. Think about how old your master was back then, and how long Wang Jingmeng had cultivated the sword. If everyone had another decade, who would have one? You are right. On this matter, the people of the Zhao sword furnace have been too stubborn. Zhao Su nodded and did not speak more. He raised his sword, held it across his chest, and said to Shi Changluo, please? When he said the word please, it meant that the battle had truly started. The terrifying heat that had been surging and expanding in the air suddenly disappeared, returning to his body and the long sword in his hand. The flames on the long sword in his hand, that had been surging with dazzling red flames, disappeared. The entire longsword became like ordinary iron. However, his entire person seemed to have swallowed all of the flames. His skin gave off a red jade-like luster. The most frightening thing about him was his eyes. His eyes had completely turned crimson red, sparkling and translucent like gems, completely filled with a wild and ruthless aura. There was no normal humanity in him. He was completely demonic. In the world of cultivators, if a cultivator completely fell into the world created by his own sword intent, his mind sinking into it and unable to extricate himself, he would be considered a demonic cultivator. This was a very frightening thing for cultivators. However, Zhao Su's first sword had caused him to fall into a demonic state. His sword had yet to truly pierce out, but the world around him and Shi Changluo was already filled with his demonic killing intent. Large clouds of gray dust started to appear in the empty sky that ordinary cultivators would see, falling down like gray snow. A black ripple spread out from Shi Changluo's body like water. Then the ripple turned into a wave that slammed into the surrounding void. Shi Changluo started to pull out his sword. There was nothing in his hand, but when his right hand reached out from his chest, a pitch-black sword hilt appeared in his right hand. One end of the sword was connected to his chest with thick, ghostly energy. For a moment, even the sounds of the siege quieted. From a certain point of view, this could be considered a fight between the Zhao Sword Furnace and the Bazin Kendo Ground. All the cultivators inside and outside the city knew that the two were fighting in the space. A strange life-bond presence expanded as Shi Changluo pulled out his sword. Thick black life-bond energy surged out of his chest, and then turned into a sword in Shi Changluo's hand. He seemed to be pulling out a pitch-black bone from his body. His movements were very slow. The scene at this time was very strange. It looked like one person was focused on pulling out the sword, and the other was silently letting himself fall into a demonic state. But more and more gray dust fell from the air. When the tip of the pitch-black sword finally appeared in Shi Changluo's hand, he finished drawing the sword. The moment the sword tip separated from his body, it drew out hundreds of black lines. Then, a figure was pulled out of his body by these black lines. With this sword, Shi Changluo seemed to have pulled out his soul. All the gray dust falling from the air, and the gray dust on the ground danced wildly and surged towards Zhao Su's body. The gray dust piled up like a shell and covered Zhao Su's body, turning him into a gray stone statue. But in the next moment, the statue's eyes started to burn, revealing a pair of blood-red eyes. This statue seemed to have fallen into a demonic state. A cracking sound came from the sword in Zhao Su's hand. Many burning dust particles flew out from the cracks on the gray stone shell of the sword. Then, these dust particles scattered and cut off the cultivator's perception. Everyone could clearly see that Zhao Su was standing there. The stone shell was cracking and burning, but no one could sense his existence. First, he fell into a demonic state and then his perception was cut off. This was like the supreme sword essence of the Lingxiu sword gate. Shi Changluo could not sense Zhao Su's existence in his perception, but he was not affected at all. He knew that his previous attack could not defeat Zhao Su, and what Zhao Su was using now was not his strongest move. The pitch-black sword in his hand gave a soft hum. Many black humanoid yuan qi surged outward. A black dot of light suddenly appeared on the ground in front of Zhao Su, and then formed a black bamboo shoot. A strange power grew with the growth of the bamboo shoot, constantly attacking the space where Zhao Su was. Pieces of glass-like crystal light scattered in all directions, as if many mirrors had shattered at the same time. Zhao Su's figure completely disappeared from there. In the next moment, when he appeared in front of everyone's eyes, he was less than 70 feet in front of Shi Changluo. Boom! The demonic light in his eyes had already disappeared, but his entire body and long sword were burning fiercely like never before, exploding outwards. Then, with a simple and ruthless slash of his sword, the flames rose again, surrounding his body to form a true furnace of flames. Then, this entire furnace of flames was like a drop of water, flowing down from the tip of his sword. Space shook again, enveloping Shi Changluo within. Shi Changluo's pitch-black sword disappeared. He raised his hand slightly, and a thin wisp of black smoke flew up from where his black life-bond sword had disappeared. His entire body was divided into two colors, black and white. The left half of his body was so black that his face could not be seen clearly, while the right half of his body was dazzlingly white. Tens of thousands of rays of light shot out, and a terrifying force condensed into a line, cutting the great furnace apart from the middle. Zhao Su's brow furrowed deeply. He did not know where Shi Changluo had cultivated the Yin and Ghost method, but it had merged with the Bazin Kendo Ground's sword manual. The power was so strange that he could not measure it. The moment the great furnace sword was broken, he felt a formless whirlpool appear in front of him. This invisible whirlpool had the power of extreme yang and extreme yin. A part of the power came from the sword he had just used. He could not defeat Shi Changluo's attack. He was even certain that before today, if he faced Shi Changluo like this, he could not win. But today, he did not think so, because when he drew that sword mark earlier, he felt as if he'd been there, and he'd finally captured the charm of his master's sword strike from all those years ago. He did not have any other thoughts in his mind. He simply swung his sword again, and drew that sword mark. The red sword swept through the air in front of him. A red sword mark appeared in the air. Chapter 600. There was a soft hiss. A scorch mark appeared on Shi Changluo's chest. A gray mist appeared in his eyes. His entire body flew backwards, but his feet remained close to the ground as he glided. Zhao Su maintained his posture of swinging his sword. The whirlpool in front of him was cut open by this sword mark and then started to burn. Dust the size of a palm gushed out from the space a few feet in front of him, as if a pile of withered leaves of a parasol tree was placed in the wind and blown outwards. A layer of black energy shrouded Shi Changluo's feet and the ground. A terrifying power landed on the ground under his feet, causing spiderweb-like cracks to appear on the ground. Shi Changluo was slightly shocked. He could not understand why the other's casual attack was so powerful. Zhao Su was also slightly shocked. He could not understand why the sword essence had clearly entered the other's body, but the other had used a strange method to resolve the power that had entered his body. Shi Changluo was flying back, and Zhao Su was still swinging his sword. This scene, in the eyes of everyone inside and outside the city, was that Shi Changluo was not a match. But at this time, Zhao Su and some of the strongest cultivators on the battlefield noticed some details. Some deep gray energy surged out of the spiderweb-like cracks on the ground. These deep gray energies were like dried bones sticking out of the ground, giving off a rotten smell. But they quickly drew in fresh energy from this part of the world. Freshness was just formed and relative. This kind of energy gave off a strong yin and cold presence. It came from the blood and bodies of the cultivators who had just died on the battlefield. This was yin energy. The energy that cultivators who cultivated the path of ghosts needed came from death, from the aura released after the deaths of some creatures who had been extremely powerful when they were alive and had accumulated large amounts of primal energy of the world in their bodies. This was why cultivators who cultivated the path of ghosts often needed to cultivate in some ancient graveyard. But there were very few cultivators who could gather large amounts of yin energy outside their bodies to fight the enemy. Especially on a battlefield covered in corpses, such a move could only be described as terrifying. The cultivators who could sense these details, including Zhao Su himself, knew that Shi Changluo's next attack would be even stronger. From a certain point of view, Zhao Su's attack just now possessed the essence of the legendary Zhao Sword Furnace Grandmaster. It was not much different from his master's attack back then. This was, of course, the strongest sword move that Zhao Su could display. If even such a sword could not defeat Shi Changluo, then how could he possibly win? In the eyes of all the cultivators who noticed these details, Zhao Su's defeat was certain. However, Zhao Su himself did not think so. He drew his sword. Just now, the sword mark was a light slash in the air. This time, he simply raised his sword and slashed at Shi Changluo. The air in front of him suddenly became extremely hot. Even the people several hundred meters away could feel the heat wave blowing against their faces. This kind of heat was not unfamiliar to the surrounding cultivators. In the records of the cultivation world, the cultivators of the Zhao sword furnace had been accompanied by fire for a long time. In their daily cultivation, their bodies contained endless fire essence, and the primal energies of the universe accumulated in their bodies were unusually hot. But to everyone's shock, the heat surpassed any of Zhao Su's previous attacks, and even caused people to feel disbelief. It was also at this moment that many exclamations naturally sounded. Zhao Su's fiery red sword started to burn. This unprecedented heat came from the burning of the sword in his hand. Previously, his sword had always flowed with flames, even burning vital energy that was as viscous as magma. However, right now, all of these cultivators who couldn't help but cry out in alarm could clearly see that his sword was truly starting to burn from the inside out. This sword gave off a strong life bond presence. Naturally, this was the life bond sword that Zhao Su had nurtured for many years. The vital energy and primal energies of the universe in the bodies of the Zhao sword furnace cultivators were so hot they could melt metal. So the sword cores they had spent many years to forge were the best in the world, and could withstand high temperatures. Especially a life bond sword that had been forged for many years, it was a divine weapon that no craftsman in the world could forge. But at this time, Zhao Su used a violent method to cause his sword to burn. It was truly cracking, collapsing, and burning like dry wood. This had nothing to do with sword essence. It was an unusually pure slash, but the wild increase in temperature brought a wild increase in power. There was no room to maneuver. In that instant, his life-bound sword turned into a ball of raging flames with a boom. Then he raised this ball of raging flames and slashed at Shi Changluo. But this was just the beginning. His vital energy and primal energies of the universe started to burn and turned into terrifying heat. Pew pew pew, explosions occurred everywhere in the air. The threads of energy coming out of the ground all started to burn. The entire space seemed to be locked down by the fire, and the primal energies of the universe in the surroundings were being furiously pulled in. A breath ago, Shi Changluo's expression had been calm. He was certain he could win this battle. But in this moment, his face was ashen, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. This was the burning of a cultivator's life, vital energy, and life. It had determination and daring that could not be surpassed in the world. And he could not match the power of this sword. He also knew the fundamental reason he could not match the other. He thought that victory in the sword path was determined by life and death. But the other's sword path disregarded life and death. Regardless of whether he could win or not, the other would die, and he would die as well. What was the meaning in this kind of victory? Death sword. These three words clearly appeared in his mind. This was Wang Jingming's evaluation of the cultivators of the Zhao sword furnace back then. When these three words clearly appeared in his mind, an indescribable bitterness filled his mouth and filled his entire body. Even many years later, when he faced Wang Jingming of the past, he still could not win. Because back then, Wang Jingming already knew the true terror of the cultivators of the Zhao sword furnace. He knew that the strongest of the Zhao sword furnace was this kind of death sword that disregarded life and death, but he still had the courage to challenge that grandmaster to a duel. But right now, he did not have the courage to face Zhao Su's sword. An indescribable cry of pain came from his mouth. All of his vital energy and primal energies of the universe burst out. Countless black flowers bloomed in the air. The power of these flowers did not go forward, but wrapped around his body and tore open the space behind him. In everyone's sight, Shi Changluo's skin was scorched and dry. All he could do was to frantically flee backwards, turning into a wisp of green smoke. This sword had forced Shi Changluo to use all of his power. The burning life-bond sword in Zhao Su's hand disappeared. His vital energy was forced out and turned into hundreds of streams of fire in the air in front of him. More than half of the qi and blood in his body had been burned dry by himself. Even a single breath of his at this moment brought up several wisps of flames. Chapter 601. More than half of the meridians in his body had been burned, and all his cultivation was gone. He was no different from a cripple. However, he was still immersed in the true meaning of the sword he had just used. He had an epiphany about the sword realm, and felt that he was closer to his master's sword realm. His vision was blurry. Amidst the steam, the sunlight came from behind him, and his shadow fell in front of him. In a daze, he seemed to have returned to the time when he was learning the sword in the Zhao sword furnace. He had followed behind his beloved master. At that time, his master was like a mountain whose peak could not be seen, surrounded by clouds and mist. He did not know how far away he was from him, and he could not even see how high his master was. But now, his figure seemed to gradually merge with the figure of his master in his memory. He seemed to have met his master again. This feeling was so good that he did not care about his body's condition. "Is it worth it? Don't you still have us?" At this moment, a concerned voice entered his ears, and a pair of firm and strong hands supported his tottering body. These hands belonged to Tang Zhifeng. Tang Zhifeng stood next to him, frowning deeply, and his eyes filled with unspeakable worry. Zhao Su, who usually had a cold expression, smiled at his expression. He allowed his body to press against Tang Zhifeng's hands, and then responded with some pride, "This is the reputation of the Zhao sword furnace, of course it is worth it. Also, even if I cannot use the sword, I have tested my master's two swords. The Zhao sword furnace still has Zhao Yi and Zhao Si. As long as I tell them what I have learned, it is worth it." Tang Zhifeng was stunned. Then he shook his head and sighed. "Your Zhao sword furnace is so terrifying." Zhao Su did not respond to his words. Instead, he raised his head forcefully. Shi Changluo's figure appeared in his blurry vision. Shi Changluo struggled to stand. His body was a little crooked. His skin was charred and cracked like scorched earth. However, there was fresh flesh growing in the cracks like a snake shedding its skin. What was even stranger was that his skin was black. This seemed to be a strange healing method, but everyone could feel that this healing process was very difficult. The powerful aura and extremely cold aura on his body disappeared without a trace. "I think Wang Jingmeng is not as good as my master." Zhao Su looked at Shi Changluo. He did not discuss the outcome of this battle and said, "My master is not just strong. He also raised a group of disciples like us." Shi Changluo was silent for a moment. Then he nodded in acknowledgement. Nan Jiyu looked in the direction of Tianqi City. A huge cloud appeared in the sky above Heavenly Awakening City. It was like a city in the sky was pressing down on Heavenly Awakening City. This meant that a new Grandmaster had appeared and entered the battle. Nan Jiyu was a cultivator of the Zhuo Mountain Sword School. The Zhuo Mountain Sword School was one of the cultivation places that qualified to attend the Min Mountain Sword Trials. However, they had not had an outstanding performance for many years. Before the warden's office had transferred him from Chongling to the front lines, he had only cultivated in the Zhuo Mountain Sword School for 3 years. Therefore, he was only a very young cultivator, a very young soldier. In one of the greatest wars in the history of the dynasty, he had often existed as a hidden sentry. Right now, he was on a nameless hill. He was still half a day's journey away from the battlefield in Heavenly Awakening City. He could barely make out the changing weather above Heavenly Awakening City, as well as the silhouettes of the many armies that were moving through the wilderness like long snakes. On one of the main roads below the nameless hill he was on, there was currently a fleet of carriages slowly moving past. This train of carriages looked ordinary, but based on the experience he had accumulated during this time, he could judge that the Qin commander of the Een Mountain region, Sima Qiu, was sitting in one of the carriages. This train of carriages was going to reach Tianqi City before nightfall. Could the Marquis in this train of carriages lead the Qin army to victory here? Looking at the clouds in the distance, looking at the army that stretched out like a long snake, Nan Jiayu felt exceptionally small and helpless. However, it was also at this moment that he sensed an unusual aura. Inexplicably, 3 figures appeared out of nowhere, but right at this moment, they directly entered his line of sight, appearing on the slope in front of him, heading towards the carriage at the bottom of the hill. This sudden intrusion meant that he had not sensed the existence of these people before. He immediately felt his hairs stand on end. If this was a normal time, even if the other was a cultivator of higher cultivation than him, what he would do at this time would be to warn them immediately. However, this feeling of horror was too strong, and it caused his body to become extremely cold and stiff. He couldn't even move a finger. He even felt that his vital energy and blood would freeze in the next moment, and then he would silently die. There was an old man, a woman, and a young person. The old man was an old monk who held a staff. He was so old that each strand of his flesh seemed to have turned into dried tree roots. That woman was peerlessly beautiful. Even her silhouette had a shocking sense of beauty. The young person had a black cloth over his face and seemed exceptionally quiet. While he was frozen in place, the young man seemed to turn his head to look at him and nodded. Because the movement was too subtle, he could not be sure. But this movement caused the coldness in his body to turn into cold sweat that flowed freely. Until the 3 figures disappeared into the forest below him and reappeared closer to the mountain path. He did not move at all, because he knew that there was no meaning in doing anything in front of these 3 people. The terror that filled his body was like the natural terror of the lowest cubs in the natural world, like a young deer facing a giant tiger. The carriages were moving at a steady pace on the road. The sky had originally been clear, but in a flash it changed color. An enormous dark cloud covered this part of the sky like a snowstorm was about to descend. The path was like night. It was obvious that a powerful grandmaster had come with killing intent. However, this fleet of carriages was strangely quiet. When the darkness came, countless fires lit up silently. On the chariot there were people holding glowing phosphor stones. The pale white light emitted by the stones scattered the surroundings into a dreamlike scene. Almost all the curtains in the carriages were silently opened. A person in one of the carriages poked his head out and stood silently at the front of the carriage. The light shone on his body. People could easily see that he was Sima Qiu. This level of energy change was enough for him to understand how terrifying the cultivators who came were, especially when the old monk appeared in his perception. However, the expression on his face did not change at all. Instead, there was a sense of relief that he had been waiting for a long time. I just came back from a long trip. I suggest that everyone add my WeChat account Wuzue 1979. Actually, there are daily reports and communications with everyone. Recently, I have been doing a 10-year review of Gangster Master. Because Gangster Master is going to start filming this year, there will be a series of Gangster Master's scripts on there. Now, I know that a few episodes have been changed. I will continue to send them every day. Remember the little white flower at the foot of Yuelu Mountain? Remember Lulu and Kay? Add them to your memories. The other benefit is that you will know the daily updates. If there is a business trip, everyone will know in time. There is no need to wait for Sword Dynasty's updates. And that's it. Search Wuzue 1979 on WeChat and add me. Chapter 602. The dark and cold presence grew, the sky grew darker, and snow started to fall. But this train of carriages was unusually calm. Many carriage drivers even started to hang lanterns on the sides of the carriages. The lanterns swayed in the wind and made soft sounds as they hit the carriages, but the people in the carriages were silent. The atmosphere was strange and mysterious and revealed danger. Ding Ning's mind rippled slightly. Before this, he had been making deductions about this battle many times, trying to guess where exactly Jing Xiu's final hidden chess piece was, but all along, he came up empty-handed. However, right now, this strange atmosphere in this carriage made his heart suddenly shrink, a bad premonition growing in his heart. Donghu Monk, we should have met in Chongling that year. But you were not outstanding then, and I had not expected you to reach this step. At this time, Sima Qiu looked expressionlessly at them and said, Eldest Miss Gongsun, I had not expected you to reach this step. His voice was deep and powerful, carrying with it a sense of age that could easily pull one's thoughts back to many years ago. And you, while I do not understand how someone like you exists, you should be the heir to the 9-death silkworm, his true teachings. His gaze stopped for a long time on Ding Ning, with admiration and emotion. For anyone present, this was not a good time to chat. But Sima Qiu seemed to be chatting. He looked at Ding Ning and said slowly, Do you know the true meaning behind this battle of millions of corpses? His voice was calm, but everyone could hear the hint of conspiracy. There were clearly two terrifying cultivators who were stronger than him coming to assassinate him, but his attitude was like he was the hunter, and the other was just prey that had come to his door. Zhang Sun Qianxue thought of a possibility. Her eyes filled with cold anger. The howling wind in the sky grew stronger, and gave off ghostly wails. Ding Ning frowned slightly, but did not respond to Sima Qiu's question. He remained silent. The eldest miss of the Gongsun family and the Bazin Kendo ground are walking together with the heir to the 9-death silkworm. And the Donghu monk who tried to kill Wang Jingmeng in the past is walking with you. This is even more bizarre, but this is not important. Sima Qiu looked sympathetically at Ding Ning and sighed. The true goal behind this battle is you, the heir to the 9-death silkworm. His sigh was extremely sincere, but even Ding Ning felt a bone-piercing coldness. Indeed, whether it's the Bazin Kendo ground or I, it's impossible for us not to appear in such a big battle. But using the lives of millions to confirm the existence of the 9-death silkworm, to make the 9-death silkworm appear, she is becoming crazier. After Ding Ning said this, he looked straight into Sima Qiu's eyes. Assassinating the commander is a method that the Bazin Kendo ground likes to use. But how can you be sure that the 9-death silkworm will appear here, and that I am the 9-death silkworm? In order to complete a definite conclusion, one needed a lot of accurate information to prove it. Before this assassination, Sima Qiu had guessed that Zhang Sun Qianxue would come here, and the heir to the 9-death silkworm. That had to be a hidden pawn related to Jing Xiu. Sima Qiu smiled with slight disdain. He was not in a hurry. So his voice sounded slowly, and he did not even respond to Ding Ning's question. Even if the world is pacified, if the 9-death silkworm is not killed, it will be like a fishbone in the throat, and no one will be at peace. You can judge for yourself which one is more important than sitting on the throne and not being able to eat or sleep in peace, and this battle itself. Such a joke? Ding Ning could not help but shake his head. All of this was a joke. He thought that if he could assassinate Sima Qiu, he could win this battle. But what was laughable was that Yuan Wu and Jing Xiu did not care about the outcome of this battle. In their view, the outcome of this battle was not as important as him. Even if I am the heir to the 9-death silkworm, since he can pass it to me, I can pass it to others. How can the 9-death silkworm die? Based on the outcome of this battle, is it worth it? Even if the Chu army wins, they do not have the ability to enter the depths of the Qin dynasty. At most, they will lose Yangshan Commandery. Sima Qiu laughed with slight disdain. Yangshan Commandery has been fighting for a long time, and does not have much value. It is good to leave things like rebuilding the city to them. As to the 9-death silkworm method, while it is mysterious and no one knows, at least it is very difficult to cultivate. Other than astounding talents, no one can cultivate it. Even if they can find an heir, after a generation, without Wang Jingming's teaching, with the method but no sword manual, what can they accomplish? After a dozen years, it will be another era. Who will be wary of the young silkworms without the support of these grandmasters? Other people could not judge whether it was worth it or not. Ding Ning did not argue with Sima Qiu. He took a deep breath, glanced at Zhang Sun Qianxue, and tried to calm himself down. Sima Qiu's carriage did not have an expert strong enough to stop the Donghu monk and Zhang Sun Qianxue. This was why he had not expected this to be the place where Jing Xiu's most dangerous counterattack would be. After many years, Jing Xiu had not changed in many areas, but in many areas, she had become even more terrifying. So now, who would turn the trap targeting Sima Qiu into a trap targeting him, Zhang Sun Qianxue, and the Donghu monk? Zhang Sun Qianxue slowly turned her head, and looked at his face hidden under the black cloth. It was familiar yet unfamiliar. At the beginning, she had been extremely angry. The angry howls of the wind and snow represented her emotions. The anger came from falling into Zheng Xiu's trap again, but at this time, her emotions had completely calmed down. If we cannot live together, then we will die together. At this time, she said softly to Ding Ning next to her. Because she knew that since the 9-death silkworm was Zheng Xiu's true target in this battle, and this was the trap she had buried, then there would naturally be many more possibilities of death here. They are here. Ding Ning looked at her and nodded. There was the sound of someone breaking branches on the slope behind them. A swordsman in moon-white robes slowly walked out of the forest they had once walked through. The snow falling from the sky was blue and slightly black. This middle-aged man in moon-white robes had snow and ice forming around him, but it was a patch of white. Ding Ning's gaze did not land on this swordsman. He looked up at the top of the hill behind him. There was a man in black robes standing at the top of the hill. He looked down silently like a proud eagle. It is him. Zhang Sun Qianxue's eyes that had just calmed down had complicated emotions. This was shock, worry, and even a hint of bewilderment. Ding Ning's expression froze slightly. In his perception, the black-robed man was taller than the mountain, like a black moon pressing down on the mountain. That black moon had pressed down on Chongling for many years. P.S. I suggest you add my WeChat public number Wuzue 1979. After all, there will be communication with everyone, and you can immediately know my whereabouts and update. Most importantly, there are pictures of beauties to look at. Chapter 603. Many years before the rise of the Bazin Kendo ground, there had been many old nobility in Chongling. Some of these old nobles were relatives of the emperor, and their influence in the imperial court was complicated and deeply rooted. Some were extremely powerful officials who held the lifeline of the imperial court in their hand. Not just in Chongling, but some of the Qin dynasty's commanderies had once been under the control of these old nobility. For a long time, the true controller of the Qin dynasty was not the emperor of the Qin dynasty, but these old nobility. These old nobility were keen on cultivating their own power. Their secret partners were even enemies. They cared more about their own interests than the interests of the entire dynasty. In their view, it was not the imperial family who gave them land, but their land and power combined to form the entire dynasty. Because they had been living like royalty for a long time, they were even used to not following the law and using some dark means. Therefore, to them, ordinary people were just crops in the field. They would harvest wave after wave, and no one was really worried about the suffering of the people. The rise of the Bazin Kendo ground was due to a group of powerful swordsmen led by Wang Jingmeng. When Wang Jingmeng and these swordsmen entered Chongling to promote the reform, they first targeted these old nobility. So the first war of the Qin dynasty was not against the Han, Zhao, and Wei, but against these old nobility. Only the cultivators of the Bazin Kendo ground who had experienced those years knew how many cruel battles had occurred, and what price they had paid. Every old aristocratic family was like a dynasty. The family of the black-robed man standing on the mountain had once been one of the true rulers of Chongling. When Wang Jingmeng first walked into Chongling, this black-robed man was already famous. His power covered Chongling like black moonlight. Many years later, when Ding Ning heard the name of this black-robed man again, it was him who had killed Wen Haoling, one of Zheng Xiu's trusted aides. At that time, Ding Ning understood that this black-robed man's terror was not just limited to his family's power. Even his cultivation advancement was beyond his expectations. However, Ding Ning did not understand why such a person would stand on Zheng Xiu's side. Back then, those cruel names had been given by Zheng Xiu and Yuanwu. This leader of the old nobility had fought with Zheng Xiu in secret for many years. Ding Ning had never thought that he was Zheng Xiu's man. Therefore, he would never have guessed that Zheng Xiu's hidden pawn was here. Why? Zhang Sun Qianxue raised her head slightly to look at the man in black and asked coldly. At this time, including the cultivator in moon-white robes, there were only 2 more grandmasters here. However, she knew that the arrival of this black-robed man meant the arrival of a terrifying power. It was impossible to easily escape. Why? The black-clothed man calmly looked at her and repeated her question. Then, he ran his fingers through his hair. His long hair was as black as ink, but there were many strands of white hair that could not be seen normally. There are many reasons for this question. For example, if the people of the Bazin Kendo ground were not so strong, no matter how cruel Zheng Xiu is, she could not have done that. For example, Wang Jingmeng is too strong. A person like that is like a god. Compared to him, no matter how strong we are just food in the mouth of the gods. A person like that should not exist in the world. He had died, but he had left behind a successor. Also, he seems to have the same talent as him in using the sword. I do not want to see another god appear. But why? The black-robed man also looked up at the wind and snow in the sky. There was undisguised sorrow in his eyes. You ask me why are you doing this? Are you doing this for your Gongsun family? Do you not just want to take revenge for Wang Jingmeng? Zhang Sun Qianxue's brow furrowed. She did not completely understand the other's meaning, but she could clearly sense the sorrow coming from his heart. The black-robed man did not look at her and continued to speak quietly. Between you and Zheng Xiu, Wang Jingmeng chose Zheng Xiu and not you. But even so, you have to take revenge for him, much less 2 people who truly love each other. What reason do I have not to take revenge for her? Ding Ning and Zhang Sun Qianxue stilled, and could not help but look at each other. The black-robed man continued sorrowfully. Both the Gongsun family and my Shao family were destroyed by Zheng Xiu and Yuanwu's cruel method. But before that, when the Shang family started the reform, there was a Zhou family that was punished for obstructing the reform. The leaders of the Zhou family were executed, and their property confiscated. Their family members were sent to Zhushan Commandery. A young miss of the Zhou family was angry and worried, and fell ill along the way. At that time, I was still cultivating in Yu Mountain. When I learned of this and rushed to pick her up, she had already died of illness. Zhang Sun Qianxue's face paled slightly. She finally understood the story. My family has this mountain. I personally planted many roses in the mountain, all of the colors she liked. I waited for the flowers to bloom next year to marry her, and live with her in the mountain compound. But before her favorite flowers bloomed, she was no longer there. The black-robed man slowly turned his head and looked in the direction of Chongling with great disgust. He said, "When I lost her, I think you can understand the heart-wrenching pain. My ambition for supremacy had no meaning to me at that time. In the end, the people in the family are scheming against each other, and there are not many good people. So what if they die? But she was kind and innocent. If not for the Bazin Kendo ground, if not for Wang Jingming suppressing with his sword and pushing the reform of the Shang family, how could she have died in exile? I was not by her side when she died. How much pain and helplessness did she feel? So if there is an enemy that must be killed, the first should be the Bazin Kendo ground," the black-robed man said slowly. "I followed my heart's desire, and had nothing to do with anything else. After so many years, who would remember so many things of the past? Even I was only known as Yi Xiao. Who would remember someone like her? But I remember." Ding Ning had been silent for a long time. When the black-robed man finished speaking, he took a deep breath and said, "Things like gratitude and grudges cannot be explained clearly. One can only follow the strongest emotions in one's heart." The black-robed man nodded. He looked down at Ding Ning. At this time, the sorrow in his eyes faded. His eyes flashed with the light of wisdom, strength and confidence. At this time, he was no longer an ordinary person who was reminiscing about the past, but Yi Xiao who controlled many of the old powers, the Emperor of the Darkness. His gaze as he looked at Ding Ning was no different from the gaze of an emperor. "I admire you," he said softly. He said softly and sincerely, "If I had not spent more than a decade acting, and made Ba Mountain Sword Field trust me a bit, and learned some information about the eldest miss of the Gongsun family, even I would not have been able to find where the 9-death silkworm was, and guess that you would appear here with her." The wind and snow grew thicker. The ripples of murderousness caused Zhang Sun Qianxue to be unable to control the ripples of power of the 9 King sword. With each ripple of energy, the coldness in the air grew thicker, and the falling snowflakes grew larger. The gray-black wind and snow, the pale white light of the lanterns, seemed to dye the world black and white. The Donghu monk, who had always been more silent than Ding Ning, moved slightly, reaching out to brush away the snow on his head. Talking too much was tiresome, especially for cultivators like him. After talking so much, it still depended on who could kill Ding Ning. So he looked at Yi Xiao and said, "Which one of you can kill him?" The appearance of someone like Yi Xiao meant that more grandmasters had silently arrived and surrounded this place. But his words were matter of fact. With him here, who could kill Ding Ning? He qualified to say such a thing. However, when he said this, a strange expression appeared on Sima Qiu's face. Then he said softly and seriously, "Demon Consort Zhao is not the only one who will lead the troops. Important things need to be said more than 3 times. The animation project of the Sword Dynasty Aichi has started, the production team of The Immortal and Demon Transformation has started, the script of The Hooligan Expert has started, and the film project has started. So everyone must add my WeChat account Wuzue 1979. There will be many activities about The Hooligan Expert, and in the future, there will be some free activities. Wuzue 1979, quickly add me. Especially some of the suggestions will be very useful for the script and film production. Don't say it when it's finished, I will turn from a fan to an anti-fan. Search for Wuzue 1979 on WeChat, add me, and then talk. We will talk every day. Chapter 604. When he said this, the world suddenly fell silent. Even Zhang Sun Qianxue's breathing stopped for a long moment. Demon Consort Zhao is not the only one who will personally lead the troops. The words echoed in Ding Ning's mind. He knew what the words meant and his face paled. He looked at Sima Qiu and the guests holding lanterns on the carriages around him. At this time, he finally understood why the presence of these carriages was so strange, and why the carriage drivers and attendants, who were far from grandmasters and could not reach a terrifying level for a battle like this, had an absolutely calm presence. Because these people were the guards of the imperial palace. That presence was the so-called imperial presence that followed the emperor. So these carriages were the imperial carriages. A ripple appeared in the Donghu monk's calm mind. He sensed something and looked to the side not far away. There, too, was a desolate hill. The emperor's attendants and carriages were already here, but the Yuanwu emperor was not here, but on the hill. In a forest on the hill, there was an ordinary stone house, but it was neatly arranged. The Yuanwu emperor, dressed in ordinary cloth robes, was drinking tea. A young palace attendant stood in front of him. She picked up the teapot on the red clay stove and made him a cup of tea. When the Donghu monk looked at the hill he was on, he had just picked up the teacup. But in the next moment, he lowered his head to take a sip. The teacup slowly landed in front of him. In the space between him and the Donghu monk, many glowing ripples appeared. His body disappeared from his spot, passed through these ripples, and appeared at the tail of the carriages. His silhouette was like an object that had suddenly appeared in a still picture, directly filling the eyes. It even gave people an uncomfortable feeling of unreality. There was a loud boom. When his body stopped moving, the air between him and the hill let out a terrifying roar, as if a very long wall had collapsed in an instant. This was a realm that was hard to understand, or rather, it was a realm that all the realm's 7 grandmasters in the world could not understand. Even the yuan qi of heaven and earth that naturally flowed from his body was like strands of dazzling divine light, making it almost impossible to look directly at his face. Ding Ning narrowed his eyes and stared deeply at the man in plain clothes who had appeared directly at the back of the convoy. He was the Yuanwu emperor of the Qin dynasty. Yuanwu's appearance had not changed at all compared to a dozen years ago. Time did not seem to have left any marks on him. Ding Ning's heart sank deeper into his body, but strangely, he did not feel any anger or other negative emotions. He had never thought that he would meet Yuanwu at this time. Zhang Sun Qianxue's fists gradually tightened. Her body was much colder than the wind and snow outside, but her palms were still sweating uncontrollably. She looked at Yuanwu, who was standing on the carriage. Yuanwu's features and figure were very ordinary. Many years ago, she felt that everything about Yuanwu was very ordinary. But a seemingly ordinary person like this had walked step by step to the peak of the world. During the Deer Mountain Conference, the Grandmasters of the world had gathered. Yuanwu had many misgivings and concealed his presence. But when he flattened the mountain with one blow, his cultivation was revealed. At this time, he only needed to target the Donghu monk, her, and Ding Ning. His presence at this time was like the world was under his feet, and he looked down on all life. He glanced at the Donghu monk and said, "You are not a match for me. Why don't you work for this lonely one?" His voice was very ordinary, but very authoritative, with a kind of supremacy. People could not help but feel that if he said something like this, the Donghu monk would not refute and even obey, because he was the strongest and most powerful emperor of this era. Even if he lost this great battle, and lost many commanderies of land, the Qin dynasty that he owned was more than twice as vast as the other dynasties. On the mountain ridge, Yi Zhao's breathing became slightly uneven. He had not formally met Yuanwu for a long time, and Yuanwu's strength at this time created an indescribable pressure on him. But the Donghu monk shook his head. He looked at the Yuanwu emperor and said, "You are wounded." Sima Qiu was shocked. Many people in the carriage were slightly shocked. After the Deer Mountain Conference, the cultivators of many dynasties had made countless deductions, and guessed that the Yuanwu emperor had been wounded in the Deer Mountain Conference. But guesses were just guesses, and were completely different from hearing this powerful Donghu monk say it. Yuanwu's eyebrows rose slightly. There was no viciousness on his calm and authoritative face. He nodded naturally. This cannot be hidden from you, but you are still not a match for this lonely one. The Donghu monk thought and then said, Not necessarily. The Yuanwu emperor did not speak. He glanced at the Donghu monk from a distance. There was a soft sound in the air. His gaze seemed to become two bright swords that stabbed at the Donghu monk's face. The Donghu monk stood motionless like a tree that had withered for thousands of years. Even the wooden staff in his hand did not move. The two bright sword lights suddenly disappeared a foot in front of him. But after these two sword lights disappeared, the Donghu monk took a step forward. He raised the wooden staff in his hand, and there was a boom. There seemed to be a terrifying power in the void in front of him that collided with the wooden staff in his hand, creating a sound like a heavy and invisible bell being struck. Without any pause, his wooden staff struck back. The Yuanwu emperor on the carriage hundreds of feet away turned into a shadow, and his true body appeared behind him. The Yuanwu emperor's true body was holding a bright yellow sword, stabbing straight at the Donghu monk's back. The energy at the tip of his sword exploded, forming a crystal flower in the air, but the bright yellow light on the sword did not have time to bloom. The speed of this sword surpassed the limits of a realm's 7 grandmasters' knowledge, and was as powerful as the one that killed Yan Ying at the Deer Mountain Conference. But the wooden staff in the Donghu monk's hand still had time to appear at the appropriate position, and hit the blade of this sword. In this moment it was like the Yuanwu emperor had split into two, and stabbed at the Donghu monk from the front and the back. But this Donghu monk had completed two things in a flash. He had blocked the Yuanwu emperor's attack, and hit the Yuanwu emperor from the back. An enormous wave of dust rose in front of and behind the Donghu monk, accompanied by tangible bright yellow light. The Yuanwu emperor's figure on the carriage, and behind the Donghu monk, suddenly disappeared like a dream. But then, the Yuanwu emperor's true body returned to the carriage. His brow furrowed and his eyes flashed. In a fight like this, he was thinking of an important problem. I had not expected you to be so strong. When most of the people present had not recovered from their shock, he looked fixedly at the Donghu monk, took a deep breath and said, You cannot be faster than this lonely one. Your speed is in directness, in turning your surroundings into your own world. In such a cramped world, you can keep up with this lonely one's speed. But you cannot have such comprehension of the sword, even this lonely one does not have this. Only one person could use the sword like this. Then it should be because of you? The Yuanwu emperor's gaze landed on Ding Ning. His gaze was deep and filled with probing and puzzlement. You received his 9-death silkworm method, but how can you inherit his comprehension of the sword? Ding Ning did not answer his question, but nodded solemnly at the Donghu monk in front of him. Then he reached out with his finger, and thin threads of life-bond sword energy shot out of his fingertip, leaving behind multiple light marks. Most people could not understand his actions at this time, but the few grandmasters present all stopped breathing, and sensed a profound and powerful sword path. This was a sword move. The Donghu monk's dim eyes lit up. These light marks, in his perception, were a sword move that only he could comprehend at this time. This sword move, the method he cultivated, and his present state were perfect, and even had a strong restraining effect on Yuanwu's sword essence. He knew that because the Yuanwu emperor was personally leading the battle, their opponents were too strong for them. So Ding Ning could not hold back, and had to do everything possible to find a chance to win. Erosion of heaven. The Yuanwu emperor's pupils contracted. He shouted the name of this sword, but even he could only sense a part of this sword essence, and only knew the name of this sword. Some readers responded that my WeChat name would be blocked at other site. Even reposts are so heartless. My WeChat public account is Sinless1979, Sinless Pinyin Wuzue, 1979 is a number. If it is not possible, I can search for Sinless. Speaking of this, I have to condemn some pirate site. It was fine if they pirated, but they even changed the author's name. Chapter 605. The Donghu monk did not think at all. When he comprehended this sword move, or rather, when he learned this sword move, he raised the staff in his hand and used this sword move. Previously, when the Yuanwu emperor said the Donghu monk could not win against him, this old monk said it was not certain. The most important reason was that he had received Ding Ning's guidance, and comprehended some unusually powerful sword moves. So he felt that it was possible that it was because of Ding Ning. In this world, only he and Zhangsun Qianxue knew Ding Ning's true identity, so he had absolute confidence in Ding Ning. Even so, he had not thought that Ding Ning could teach him the sword in front of the battle. This was not just familiarity with an opponent like the Yuanwu emperor. To be able to teach him the sword in front of the battle, he had to be extremely familiar with his cultivation and physical condition. A master and disciple could not be as familiar with the sword as their own skin, much less he had just followed Ding Ning all the way here and experienced many battles. Ding Ning could choose a sword move suitable for him to use, and was certain that he could instantly comprehend it. This kind of state surpassed all the grandmasters in the world. The staff in his hand that looked like old wood was not just the life-bond item of his cultivation, but also the life-bond item passed down for many years in the hands of the ascetic monks before him. It was tainted with many different powerful presences, and for a cultivator like him, it was a divine item. This sword move was extremely smooth. The tip of the staff in his hand stabbed diagonally into the sky, and there was a flickering flame at the tip of the staff. At this time, the sky was covered by the coldness of the 9 Hell King sword. The ice and snow were angry, and the layers of black clouds were drawn over like distant mountains. As the battle just now started, Zhangsun Qianxue's murderousness grew. Large patches of gray and black ice the size of goose feathers fell down, heavy like tiles falling to the ground with popping sounds. But when the Donghu monk used this sword move, the layers of black clouds and heavy wind and snow were penetrated by countless lines of fire from the sky. Bright golden streams of true fire descended from the sky, clashing against the cold clouds and exploding ceaselessly. In the sky, sparks flew from thousands of trees. Many golden flames furiously absorbed the primal energies of the universe like seal scripts on seal weapons. When they passed through the cold clouds, they turned into thin golden swords with a bone-corroding smell. For any cultivator, as long as a sword fragment like this entered their body, then their flesh and bones would immediately be corroded, turning into nothingness. Thousands of swords shot toward the Yuanwu emperor from all directions. This scene was like a miracle. This sword essence was not unfamiliar to the Yuanwu emperor. It had once appeared in Chongling, in the battle where the experts of the world had gathered to kill Wang Jingmeng. Wang Jingmeng had once used this sword to kill many cultivators. Even though he had reached Realm 8, he did not dare to be careless. The bright yellow sword in his hand slashed upwards. Countless strands of light that were even more dazzling than the golden true fire, bringing with them a vast and holy aura, bloomed from his sword. These dazzling rays of light formed a huge phoenix around his body, a legendary divine beast. But in the next moment, the vast energy belonging to Realm 8 burst out of his body. The sword phoenix image was shattered by his own power, and then turned into even finer sword threads and bright light. These forces caused the sky to tremble, as if a godly mountain of Sumeru was being propped up. Zhangsun Qianxue's eyes flashed violently. Her right hand uncontrollably flowed blue-black life-bond energy. The 9 Hell King sword automatically formed and slowly appeared in her hand. Ever since the Deer Mountain Conference, she knew that Yuanwu was not the Yuanwu she was familiar with. But now, seeing him fight, she still felt disbelief. In this moment, Yuanwu used his life-bond sword to create the sword phoenix, and then used his body to create the great Sumru sword of the Bazin Kendo ground. These two swords, in Yuanwu's hands, became a new sword move, a sword move that was invincible in defense. Sea of Bitterness Crossing. When the Donghu monk had used the erosion of heaven that he had just comprehended, Ding Ning had already shouted. Then he used his right hand as a sword and made another sword move. Sea of Bitterness Crossing was a secret sword of the Donghu monk sect, and seemed to be engraved in his life. Hearing Ding Ning's shout, the Donghu monk allowed his body's intuition to make this move. A gray staff shadow cut through the wind and waves like the sails of an enormous ship, passing through the invisible divine mountain and heading towards Yuanwu. Then the Donghu monk used the third move, the one that Ding Ning had used with his fingers as a sword. This was a new sword move. As the surrounding air flowed, this sword move seemed to flow naturally into the Donghu monk's mind. The staff in the Donghu monk's hand shook again. The three swords were executed in a smooth and fluid manner. There was an extremely strange explosion. A white shockwave exploded above the Yuanwu emperor's head, and a hole seemed to appear in the air. The Donghu monk's staff became blurry, but in the center of the white shockwave, there was a clear staff tip stabbing towards his head. Other than Ding Ning and the Donghu monk, everyone's expression changed. The Yuanwu emperor's body produced multiple heads and multiple pairs of arms. Such a scene was because the Yuanwu emperor was moving too quickly, exceeding what the eyes and senses of the cultivators present could capture. There was an explosion. A golden flame shattered the scene that appeared in everyone's eyes. A muffled groan was heard. The Yuanwu emperor's figure retreated from the golden flame. A faint line of blood flowed down his forehead. Cries of astonishment rang out. The grandmasters present were certain that the Yuanwu emperor had not been seriously injured, but under the Donghu monk's three moves, he did not have the advantage and was bleeding. No birth and death. Before these shocked gasps sounded, Ding Ning's voice sounded by the Donghu monk's ears. Ding Ning's expression was unusually solemn. There seemed to be stars flashing in his eyes. Every time they flashed, it represented a thought flashing through his sea of consciousness. At this time, he was using the Donghu monk's hand to attack. The Donghu monk was close to breaking through to Realm 8, and his energy was at the most perfect time of his life. Yuanwu's injuries in the Deer Mountain Conference were more serious than the outside world had speculated. But this did not mean that he could win or escape today's situation. Actually, what affected Yuanwu the most right now was Yuanwu's own state of mind. It was the shock he felt when he saw him use these sword moves. The more he showed these sword moves without holding back, the more it shocked Yuanwu, and the more Yuanwu could not concentrate. So when he shouted the name of the Donghu monk's no birth and death sword move, Ding Ning attacked again. The sword light of his life-bond sword appeared in his hand. An extremely simple and upright sword essence pierced forward. However, this sword essence was perfect to the extreme. It was so perfect that all the sword masters present felt that it was unattainable. The Donghu monk was slightly puzzled. This was just a army breaker sword move from the Bazin Kendo ground without any fancy move. Anyone could learn such a sword move, and the simpler the sword essence, the more talent one needed to make it perfect, and had nothing to do with hard work. The power of this sword was not great. Could it be that it could achieve an unexpected effect? He did not understand, but at this time, he sensed the shock of the Yuanwu emperor's mind. Between him and a cultivator of the Yuanwu emperor's level, there was a telepathic connection. He could instinctively feel that the Yuanwu emperor's presence was showing a flaw. The Donghu monk immediately understood. Only Wang Jingmeng of the past could display such a perfect sword essence. But now, such a sword essence had reappeared. How could people not be shocked? This sword was not for him to use, but to give him a chance. The staff in his hand disappeared. His no birth and death meant no birth and death. There was nothing in the world that would appear for no reason, and no matter would disappear. No birth and no destruction, no increase and no decrease. The staff that disappeared from his hand appeared directly in front of the Yuanwu Emperor's chest. The primal energies of the universe in front of the Yuanwu Emperor's chest were in his hand, turning into a transparent sword. Chapter 606. The Yuanwu Emperor's sea of consciousness rippled. His mind was shocked. Ding Ning's perfect sword essence had no intention of imitating it. In his perception, it was that person in the past who had used such a sword in battle. A strong emotion was pulled out from the bottom of his heart. The strongest emotion was a deep sense of fear. What had kept him and Zheng Xiu together all these years, and made him tolerate everything Zheng Xiu did, was not because of his burning love for Zheng Xiu, but because of the terror of the 9-death silkworm and the stone-grinding sword reappearing. He knew more than anyone how terrifying that person was, especially when that person had turned the battle into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood in the last battle in Chongling. He had seen the entire process from a distance. Compared to the experts that person had killed in the past, he was not outstanding. He was even certain that if that person had not killed so many top experts, he might not have been the first to cross Realm 7 and enter Realm 8 in the world. So he was not just worried about that person and the Bazin Kendo grounds deeds being spread and burning the history books, but more because of his terror of that person, so he was not willing to hear that person's name and remember that person's power. That person's power had accompanied him throughout his life, from a threatened imperial son to the strongest emperor in the world. This kind of terror was a part of his body, coming from the depths of his soul, and he could not control it. His energy was shaken, and could not stop the Donghu monk's staff from reaching him. But he was the only Realm 8 expert in the world, and knew the energy rules that Realm 7s could not understand. When the power of the staff was about to shatter his body through the air, a dot of light appeared on his forehead. A unique energy in his body turned into a beam of light, shooting into the sky, and immediately causing the energy in the sky to react. A vast energy came down from the sky. This energy was above the air. In the words of the cultivation world, it was beyond this world, and came from the stars. Ordinary cultivators could not sense and communicate with the power of the stars. Because the mental power of cultivators was limited, they could not clearly sense the energy rules in the stars so high up. So ordinary cultivators called the energy outside the world cold energy, and could not use it. Only a few people, like Zheng Xiu, had unique methods that could reflect a corner of the stars like a mirror, and from there, comprehend some of the energy rules, and use the energy power. But it was different in Realm 8. In the records of the cultivation world, Realm 8 could break through this limit. While they could not peer into a corner of the starry sky like those methods, they could instantly absorb terrifying energies for their own use from the boundary where the world and the starry sky intersected. This level was like opening another world. So Realm 7 was called Mountain Moving, and Realm 8 was called Heaven Opening. When Yuanwu used this kind of power, the scene in everyone's eyes was like the opening of the heavens. An enormous silver ray of light came down from the sky that no one could see and landed on the staff that was attacking his chest. In the vast silver light, the staff was as minuscule as a cow's hair. The strange astral origin chi that the cultivators of this world were familiar with was completely different from the astral origin chi that bound the staff within. The floating staff floated within the silvery light, as though it was being refined unceasingly, emitting purplish-red smoke. He saw that the tip of the staff was just a few feet away from Yuanwu's body, but could not touch him. Even the energy of this divine item was being destroyed, and was gradually leaving his control. But the Donghu monk's face did not change at all like the dry bark of a tree. This staff was only half of the power in his attack, and the other half was in his hand. The ground under him caved in, and his figure turned into a faint shadow in the air. He held this transparent long sword, and in this moment, came next to Yuanwu, and stabbed at Yuanwu's energy sea. Yi Xiao and Sima Qiu changed expressions at the same time. They could not imagine how this attack could be resolved. Sometimes, victory and defeat did not depend on the level of cultivation, but time. Yuanwu's previous emotional fluctuations had been too great. Now, this attack was the time he could not attend to. They did not even dare to think, if the Yuanwu Emperor died here, what would happen to the world. But at this time, the Donghu monk whose cultivation was second only to Yuanwu sensed something before them, and raised his head slightly. A white line of fire was falling from the sky. This was a star fire. The star fire was filled with a powerful and cold sword essence. There was a soft sound. The Donghu monk let go of this transparent long sword, and returned to his original position. A pale white dot of light appeared on the transparent long sword, and then it was penetrated by the star fire, burning fiercely. Then there was an enormous boom. There was another violent explosion in front of Yuanwu, and the ground within 100 feet was blown to powder. Yuanwu retreated another 100 feet. There were no wounds on his body, but his face was paler. Zhangsun Qianxue took a deep breath. That star fire naturally came from Jingxiu. Every time she saw a star fire like this, she could not control her anger. In this moment, she faintly hoped that the star fire would land on Yuanwu. But this adulterous couple in her eyes had the same terror, and this sword had blocked the Donghu monk's victorious attack. A hint of bitterness appeared at the corners of Ding Ning's mouth. No matter how many steps the Yuanwu Emperor retreated, no matter how much he was wounded, as long as the Yuanwu Emperor was alive, he was still the strongest existence here. They could not escape the shadow of death. And he knew, starting from this moment, their situation would become even more difficult. Yuanwu could take a wrong step, but if they took a wrong step, what awaited them was only death. Because at this time, Sima Qiu, Yi Xiao and the others were sure that Yuanwu alone could not resolve this battle. The wild wind howled, accompanied by pure white ice and snow. The Grandmaster who had appeared with Yi Xiao had attacked first. This Grandmaster did not have any reputation in Chongling, and even Ding Ning did not know his origins. But what he cultivated was an extremely cold sword essence, and Ding Ning even sensed the presence of Min Mountain's sword snow. That kind of coldness could not compare to the coldness of the 9 Hell King sword, but the sharpness surpassed it. When the Grandmaster drew his sword with a solemn expression, thousands of white ice swords appeared in the air in front of him the moment he swung his flawless white sword. These ice swords, together with the great power released by his life-bond sword, formed an enormous snow-white sword dragon. It danced wildly in the air, and bit towards Zhangsun Qianxue. In the sky above the snow-white sword dragon, there was a black shadow. Yi Zhao's figure disappeared, but a black crescent moon fell from the sky with a terrifying murderousness. Sima Qiu naturally would not give up on such an excellent opportunity to attack. A low shout came from his mouth. The seemingly soft and feminine yuan qi on his body exploded with the most ferocious and violent power. A broad and broken gray broadsword appeared in his hand. The sword moved with blade essence, and vast amounts of primal energies of the universe were forced to form a glowing wall of blades that slashed towards Zhangsun Qianxue. No Realm 7 could withstand the combined attack of 3 experts. Even the Donghu monk might not be able to do so. Zhangsun Qianxue knew she could not. Her body unconsciously moved towards Ding Ning, wanting to be closer at this moment. Dread demon! First kill this Min Mountain sword snow. But Ding Ning's cold voice reached the ears of the Donghu monk and her. Dread demon was a killing move that the Donghu monk cultivated. Without the need for words, the Donghu monk sensed it. His hands reached towards the sky in front of him. That staff that was trembling in the silver pillar of light started to spin furiously. With golden light, it left the shackles of the silver pillar of light and smashed towards the Yuanwu Emperor. Ding Ning did not know the name of the cultivator who had used the snow-white sword dragon, but when he said Min Mountain Sword Snow to Zhang Sun Qianxue stopped thinking. The 9 Hell King sword disappeared from her hand, turning into gray crystals. Zhang Sun Qianxue and Ding Ning had lived in seclusion together in Chongling for many years. Most of the time, she did not want to think, and had absolute trust in Ding Ning. At this time, she did not care about the killing moves of Yi Xiao and Sima Qiuo. All her power surged towards that cultivator. The gray crystals passed through the air and collided with the thousands of white swords. In a flash, countless snowy white flowers exploded. That unknown cultivator's expression changed in shock. Countless snow-white flowers formed an enormous white flower tree in front of him, but those gray-black crystals had already been thrown out, piling up into swords again. This cultivator's eyes were filled with terror. He could not believe that he was unable to stop the other's attack, even though they both cultivated cold sword essences. Even more importantly, he did not dare to believe that Zhang Sun Qianxue had ignored the other 2 killing intents and put all of her power into this one blow. With a puff, the 9 Hell King sword pierced his chest. At this moment, the 9 Hell King sword turned back into countless grayish-black ice crystals and shot out of his body. His body instantly disintegrated, turning into countless ice shards that shot out. This powerful Grandmaster disappeared from the world. But at the same time, the black crescent moon and the wall-like crystal blade were falling towards Zhang Sun Qianxue. This was the time she could not counterattack or defend. She waited silently and looked at Ding Ning. Ding Ning stood silently at his spot and attacked. Chapter 607. His demeanor was very calm and somewhat focused, but he gave off the feeling that he was very experienced. The moment he attacked, his life-bond sword formed in his hand. His posture gave people the feeling that he had practiced countless times, and finally grasped the essence. It became an instinct in life. No sword move had to follow a path. Just like how some artists could copy any fine line of a masterpiece, even if it was the same, they could not copy the essence of the master. The sword moves were the same, but the person was different. Each person's vital energy was different, and even the swords in their hands were different. In the end, what they pursued was perfect compatibility. Therefore, the strongest and most perfect sword essence was the sword move, the cultivator himself, the sword in his hand, his mind, and the entire world at this time. Each sword had this state, but even the simplest sword moves could not be perfectly executed by most swordsmen in the world. At this moment, Ding Ning's sword strike made everyone feel that it was perfect to the extreme. It was impossible to even imagine a more perfect state. The natal sword in his hand released a heart-palpitating aura. The sword light spun around his body like a millstone. The 9 death silkworms in his body had awakened. His body disappeared in the pale white flows in this moment. Other than Zhang Sun Qianxue and the Donghu monk, everyone was terrified. Other than the 9 death silkworm, there was also this stone-grinding sword. This was Wang Jingming's unique stone-grinding sword. Even more importantly, other than Wang Jingming of the past, there was someone else who could perfectly use the stone-grinding sword in front of them. If even a sword move like this could be used perfectly, then what about Wang Jingming's other sword moves? The Yuanwu Emperor suddenly felt cold, even bone-chilling. The Black Moon and the Crystal Blade had not met the stone-grinding sword essence, but with Ding Ning's attack, he knew the result of their encounter. But he could not interfere now. The staff, which was emitting a dazzling golden light, arrived in front of him like the legendary demon-subduing pestle. His bones began to crack under the immense pressure. He could only retreat again. Footprints were left on the ground, and then the ground exploded one after another, like huge mud lotuses blooming. The sky opened up again, and a huge silver beam of light landed on the staff. Time seemed to have stopped, but the area within a radius of 1,000 feet suddenly darkened, as if all the light had been swallowed up. The Donghu monk and the Yuanwu emperor grunted at the same time. Their bodies only showed signs of weakness now. The black moon and the crystal knife met with the sword light outside Ding Ning's body. Countless sparks burst out from the rotating sword light, as if countless stars were constantly disappearing. Ding Ning's body emitted a strange sound that sounded like bubbles bursting. This was the result of the chaotic collisions between the vital essence and qi and blood in his body. They were like countless fine flowers blooming in his body, tearing at his flesh and meridians at the same time. His sword light had shattered the black moon and the crystal knife, but countless tiny forces still cut his body, instantly causing many small wounds to appear on his body. However, he was still alive. He fought 1 against 2, and used this sword to block Yi Xiao and Sima Qiu's attacks. Sima Qiu, Ding Ning said to Zhang Sun Qianxue. Of course, this was not a sword move, but a direction to attack. Even though Zhang Sun Qianxue had just killed a powerful cultivator who might be related to Min Mountain Sword Sect, Ding Ning knew she had such ability. The 9 Hell King sword was still above the powerful cultivator who had been killed, and had not completely formed. But a gray streak of snow had broken through the wind. Following Zhang Sun Qianxue's gaze, it landed on Sima Qiu's eyes like it was alive. Sima Qiu shouted. He made a simple slash and slap. This simple move was not beautiful, but it was very practical. The gray streak of snow was cut in two, the power unable to continue, and then it was slapped apart. There was a loud boom. The gray streak of snow was just a faint line, but when it was slapped apart, it was like a snowy mountain was collapsing. The world in front of him was covered in flying snow. The broad short sword in Sima Qiu's hand trembled. His expression was ugly. He could not imagine that the eldest miss of the Gongsun family in the past had such power. But at this time, all the hair on his body stood on end. A strong threat of death caused him to scream like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, and jump up. A thin golden light flew out of the shadow behind him, and landed on his back. This was a small golden lotus, completely flawless, like it was formed from the purest sunlight. At the same time, Zhang Sun Qianxue's eyebrows lit up with a golden flame, like the pure golden flower yellow that many rich girls would put on. As he screamed, the power accumulated in Sima Qiu's body surged out. Vital energy and primal energies of the universe filled every inch of his meridians and flesh, causing his body to swell. There seemed to be a more real Sima Qiu charging out of his body to avoid that tiny golden light. The power that poured out of his body gathered the primal qi of the universe that fell down like a mountain, forming countless crisscrossing gray sword energies. They exuded a strong sense of decay, like a cage made of countless withered bones. In the next moment, it was like two invisible ships collided in front of Sima Qiu. The terrifying wave of energy threw his body even higher into the air. Pew 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 pew. Multiple springs of blood appeared on his body, spraying in the wild wind. His body quickly shrank like a leaking balloon. Even the left side of his face had a terrifying bone-deep wound. Even half of his ear had disappeared. But Sima Qiu only rejoiced inside. He rejoiced that he was still alive. It was not just that the opponent's strength far surpassed his imagination, but that after more than a decade, he had forgotten some things that he should not have forgotten. He had forgotten that the other was not just the master of the 9 Hell King sword, but also the only heir of the Gongsun family. The Gongsun family, the former number 1 of the old nobility, not only had power, but also some powerful cultivation methods and secret arts. For example, this heart lotus that no one knew whether it should be described as a seal weapon, a sword, or some other means to fight against enemies. Yi Zhao's figure also appeared in the air. He stepped down from the mountain peak, and his life-bond sword appeared in his hand. He was as mysterious as his life-bond sword. Only now did the cultivator's presence see that his life-bond sword was a deep black like the eternal night. But the black blade was made from 9 intertwining scaled swords. These 9 black scaled swords were like 9 black poisonous snakes. The life-bond sword fell faster than his body. It flew in front of him and split into 9 in the air. These 9 flying swords flew in different trajectories in the air, and strangely fell towards Zhang Sun Qianxue from all directions. A cultivator could not divide their attention to control 2 flying swords at the same time. But this leader of the old nobility did not know how to use a secret art to split one sword into 9. Accompanying these 9 swords were numerous other strong murderous intents. Sima Qiu was not the only realm 7 in this train of carriages. Zhang Sun Qianxue could not stop these 9 swords, much less the murderous intents of the grandmasters. But she and the old monk beside Ding Ning could. He had some leisure right now. Numerous staff shadows appeared in the air. Bam 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 bam. Yi Zhao's 9 swords and the sword essences of the grandmasters were all repelled and blocked. In this moment, the old monk's attack was almost perfect. At least, in the few feet of space around him, his speed was perfect. In the past, no cultivator in the world could believe that a Realm 7 cultivator could block the attacks of Realm 7 cultivators like he had 3 heads and 6 arms. But at this time, Yuan Wu had the leisure. How could Yuan Wu's attack be defeated? Go. Ding Ning knew this. His body was covered in wounds. There was no blood, but his face was extremely pale. But at this time, there was no terror in his eyes. Instead, there was a viciousness he did not usually have. With a shout, he gripped Zhang Sun Qianxue's hand and charged towards the group of carriages. He was seriously wounded, and was too weak compared to the Realm 7s around him. Even so, he appeared slow. But even more importantly, Zhang Sun Qianxue knew his intentions. Her power and speed far surpassed all the Realm 7s in the group of carriages, including Yi Xiao who was falling from the sky. Her and Ding Ning's bodies immediately faded, and then accelerated terrifyingly in the air, leaving behind a long blurry shadow. With a boom, the carriage that Sima Qiu had been standing on was shattered by the power of her and Ding Ning's arrival. There were 2 cultivators in the shattered carriage. One of the young people had fallen to the ground when the carriage shattered, and vomited blood. The other cultivator's sleeves danced wildly, and a sword light stabbed towards Zhang Sun Qianxue's heart meridian. There was a soft sound. What was pierced was not Zhang Sun Qianxue's heart meridian, but the heart meridian of this cultivator. The Donghu monk's figure appeared next to Ding Ning and Zhang Sun Qianxue. His hand was straight, and so was the staff, piercing through the heart meridian of that cultivator. The Yuanwu Emperor had steadied himself, but at this time the Donghu monk had killed an expert, but he still had not acted. Gasps sounded in the carriage, but no killing intent fell towards Zhang Sun Qianxue and Ding Ning. The reason naturally came from the young person in the carriage. Chapter 608. Shock, awe, terror, disbelief, many extreme emotions shrouded most of the people on the train. From a certain point of view, the lives of all the people on the train were not as important as this young person in the carriage. This young person was Imperial Prince Fu Su, the future successor of the Qin dynasty. Only now did many of them realize why Ding Ning, Zhang Sun Qianxue and the others had to deal with Sima Qiu first. Sima Qiu was like Fu Su's guard. But to be able to kidnap Fu Su while so many grandmasters were working together was a miracle. When the world was completely silent, and even the wind and snow became soft due to Zhang Sun Qianxue's exhaustion, all these cultivators felt cold when they thought of the perfect sword essences just now. Looking at the masked Ding Ning, they seemed to see that person from the past. But at this time, Ding Ning was even stronger and younger than that person when he first walked into the streets of Chongling. Back then, that person's sword intent had only reached great success after fighting against the Han, Zhao, and Wei dynasties, reaching such a perfect level. But now, his successor was so young, but his sword intent actually seemed to surpass his own. Many of the people in the chariot held high positions. Originally, in their hearts, even if that person really left behind a successor, it would only be a symbolic and summoning significance. That person's successor might cause some rebels to reconsider. However, at this moment they clearly realized that the other party was no longer just a symbolic figure. Instead, he had grown into a terrifying existence. Numerous pieces of black snow fell on Fu Su's body. Fu Su's body suddenly froze. A thin layer of ice appeared on the surface of his body. His vital energy could not flow through his body, and he could not even move his tongue. Ding Ning coughed softly, spitting out some small blood clots. Then he looked up at the Yuanwu Emperor. Time seemed to pass very slowly at this time. Everyone was waiting for the Yuanwu Emperor's decision. Yet, the Yuanwu Emperor was silent for a long time. This made people feel suffocated. When Wang Jingmeng just entered Chongling and was fighting with some gangsters, this lonely one coincidentally met him. When he finally spoke, many people's hearts were suddenly shaken. Before this, when the Yuanwu Emperor mentioned Wang Jingmeng, he only used that person. But this time, he mentioned Wang Jingmeng's name. Therefore, I actually know everything about him better than anyone else. His talent, his cultivation methods, and his comprehension of various sword manuals. Emperor Yuanwu looked deeply at Ding Ning's features. His tone was still calm, but his expression became slightly strange. His talent is naturally very good, and he is the best in the world. But after that, everyone in the world felt that he was invincible because of his natural talent. This is a mistake. Because I know that other than his talent, he is unusually hard-working in his cultivation. For things like duels, if one is far stronger than the opponent and comes every few days, it is like leisure. While relaxing, one can enjoy countless cheers and admiring gazes, and gain fame in Chongling. But if one duels every few days, this is a tiring matter, especially when one does not have absolute confidence. The Yuanwu Emperor was silent for a moment and then said, "When one is not confident, one needs to study the other's cultivation methods and weaknesses. One also needs to spend great effort to find a way to win." He used this method to force himself. Many times, in order to study a sword move, he would not rest for many days. Sometimes, in order to practice an ordinary sword move, who knows how many times he would have to practice it in a day. It is precisely because I understand his path of cultivation and how he grows that I am even more certain that even if someone can surpass him in talent, it is impossible for them to work several times harder than him. As a result, it is impossible for anyone in the world to comprehend the way of the sword much faster than him. The Yuanwu Emperor took a deep breath. He looked at Ding Ning, who was listening silently, and said, "Even if you started cultivating from birth, at such an age, you have already walked his entire life's path. Your attainments in the sword are multiple times greater than when he died in battle. Methods and sword manuals can be passed down, but attainments and comprehension of the sword path, the sword sense that requires countless practice, cannot be passed down. So you shouldn't just be his successor. You should be his rebirth." When the Yuanwu Emperor's words sounded, an uncontrollable wave of gasps and gasps sounded like a tsunami. The endless shock and disbelief caused many people in the carriage to be as stiff as Fu Su. If someone attacked with a sword right now, many of them would be killed by cultivators several realms below them because they were too agitated. Such words were too shocking. Ding Ning frowned deeply. He looked directly at the Yuanwu Emperor's gaze and said with slight disdain, "Is there such a thing as rebirth in the world?" The Yuanwu Emperor said coldly, "Maybe this is another way of living." Before Ding Ning spoke again, his gaze landed on Zhang Sun Qianxue and the Donghu monk. he said, their emotions cannot be disguised. Even this lonely one's words are like this. This means this lonely one's speculation is correct. For this lonely one, no matter what method of rebirth it is, even if it is just a matter of the 9-death silkworm method, you have inherited all of his memories, cultivation experience, and comprehension of cultivation. Then you are his rebirth. The method is different, but the result is the same. Countless people in the field held their breaths. Other than the sound of the wind and snow, even the heartbeats of many people were so clear. Many people could not help but think, if this speculation was true, and the news spread, what kind of shock would it cause in the world? Ding Ning did not admit or deny it. He looked at the Yuanwu Emperor and sneered. Why are you saying so much? He sneered and continued, you've said so much and made such a deduction, not for me to hear, but for Zheng Xiu to hear. You just want to deduce a reason why you must kill me now. Only such a reason, even if Fu Su is sacrificed, she can bear it. So, what you need now is a reason to sacrifice Fu Su, Ding Ning said slowly, emphasizing each word. Above the wind and snow, an enormous sound came from the sky. It was like thunder breaking through the sky. The Yuanwu Emperor narrowed his eyes slightly, and pressed his lips together. Even when you become the emperor of the Qin dynasty, you still need to borrow her power, still have to endure her, still fear angering her and breaking off relations. Ding Ning's expression was even calmer. He looked coolly at him and asked, then have you ever thought, if I am really like you say, his rebirth, and even more than you think, then you are facing me now. How do you feel? Yuanwu, you are so good at enduring. The Yuanwu Emperor's lips curled slightly, as though he was proud, but he started to tremble slightly. He raised his head, looked into the distance, and did not make any more sound. But the roars in the sky grew louder. Everyone present knew that his decision could not be changed. His killing intent was set. This was a very important chapter for the entire book. Yes, the Book of the Sword Dynasty was like this. Each chapter was written to shock oneself. Then there will be more discussions. Add me on WeChat, search for Innocent or search for Wuzue 1979. There will be interactions every day. There will be regular gifts. Chapter 609. But Ding Ning did not stop. From a certain point of view, he was the sect master of the Bazin Kendo ground, the symbol of the Bazin Kendo ground. Especially when the Yuanwu Emperor guessed that he was Wang Jingming's reborn and not his heir. In the eyes of everyone present, Ding Ning was not much different from Wang Jingming in the past. Back then, countless grandmasters had gathered in Chongling to kill Wang Jingming. But if Wang Jingming spoke, all the grandmasters would listen. This was enough weight. Also, Ding Ning had the 9-death silkworm and the secret of why he had such a perfect sword essence. So no one acted. Everyone listened to his words. Even a vicious tiger will not eat its cubs. Yuanwu, today you want Fu Su to die with us because you do not want to lose a chance to kill us. Using a son to exchange for such a chance, this is how you are different from the people of the Bazin Kendo ground back then. There are things to do and things not to do. Unscrupulous means can let you gain temporary benefits, but to conquer the world, do you just rely on cultivation? Ding Ning looked at Yuanwu, his disdain growing. The Qin and Chu war is so dangerous that even you are going personally, but you have Fu Su stay here with Sima Qiu. Maybe you wanted to use this chance to kill your son? Everyone present was suppressing their emotions and breathing. But when they heard Ding Ning's words, even though everyone was trying to control themselves, countless gasps gathered together and sounded clearly. Not long ago, the Qin palace had forced out a hidden palace attendant. She was the powerful grandmaster of the Bazin Kendo ground in the past, demon consort Zhao's master. But that matter caused all the Qin people to guess whose son Fu Su was. Fu Su is naturally this lonely one's flesh and blood. Yuan Wu seemed to hear everyone's thoughts. His voice still sounded calmly with suffocating majesty and energy vibrations. It was not this lonely one's idea to send him to the front lines to train. What is the use in saying these words? Ding Ning had difficulty breathing, but he still smiled and said, "If you are not truly worried, why respond to me now? Especially when you did not want to speak just now, but now you say this. I think you know very well that while Zheng Xiu sent him here, she did not send him here for you to kill." After a pause, he looked provocatively at Yuan Wu and said with slight disdain, "Maybe she purposefully sent him here to see your intentions, to see if you suspect this son? I am not an ordinary person, so why should I be considered ordinary?" Yuan Wu looked calmly and coldly at Ding Ning. He slowly said, "This is the country. For an unprecedented Qin dynasty, even if this lonely one must sacrifice today, this lonely one will make the same choice. This is your so-called righteousness?" Ding Ning smiled and said, "But I am not saying these words to argue with you. I also do not want to say that you are heartless and have no face to talk about righteousness. I am having you say these words, not because I want to hear them, but so you can say them for others to hear. Do you remember what I said to you about when there is no other way?" Ding Ning's last words were directed at Zhang Sun Qianxuan next to him. When he spoke, he was no longer looking at Yuan Wu, but at Zhang Sun Qianxuan. When he spoke, Yuan Wu suddenly sensed something. This feeling was indescribably strange. He inexplicably felt that the other had a chance of escaping. He could not help but give a low roar. Accompanied by this roar that did not seem to come from him, many bright paths of light appeared on the surface of his body. The light came from the meridians in his body. In this moment, the power in his body seemed to turn into bright rays of light that Realm 7 could not understand, and came out of his body at a terrifying speed. In this moment, his body did not seem like a person's body, but a seal weapon. Countless booms rang out high up in the sky, as if countless gods and demons were roaring in response. The sky that was covered by the wind and snow was torn into pieces, and countless huge pillars of light descended like divine punishment. When the scorching sun at noon in summer was at its fiercest, being too bright would give people a feeling of whiteness. However, at this moment it was so bright that everyone seemed to have become transparent. Apart from the bright white in their eyes, there was no other trace of shadow. There was no sense of sword essence. This kind of blinding light did not even allow people to sense killing intent. But not being able to sense it was the greatest danger. In the last breath, Zhang Sun Qianxue had gripped the 9 Hell King sword in her hand. Before Ding Ning discovered the Great Punishment Sword, the 9 Hell King sword was recognized as the strongest and most vicious sword in the world. This was the symbol of the Gongsun family, the former most powerful family in Chongling. Yet the Gongsun family had sealed this sword for many years and did not dare to touch it because it was too strong and no one could subdue it. Zhang Sun Qianxue had hidden in Chongling and cultivated this sword into her life-bond sword at all costs. This sword had once been her only hope for revenge. In the dead of night in Falling Parasol, Ding Ning and she had discussed plans for revenge many times. Revenge, the key was to survive before killing the enemy. So Ding Ning had repeatedly mentioned something. If he and Zhang Sun Qianxue were exposed, and could not escape Chongling according to the escape route he had drawn on the wall, and were trapped in Chongling, then there was no other way. Now was the time that Ding Ning had repeatedly mentioned. Zhang Sun Qianxue gripped the sword. She did not move and just pushed all of her vital energy and energy into the sword. The extremely deep luster on the sword faded. The accumulated coldness inside the 9 Hell King sword that had accumulated for many years was forced out by Zhang Sun Qianxue. The 9 Hell King sword in her hand became transparent, like the purest crystal sword. With a boom, the netherworld appeared. When the extreme light fell from the sky, the netherworld rose from the ground. It was a patch of darkness filled with the coldness of death. The battle between light and darkness only lasted for a moment. Then the two sides exploded at the point of contact. At the beginning, there was no sound. There were only white flames dancing in the sky and the shattered coldness of death. The water vapor in the air turned to ice. The sunlight that could freely pass through this world twisted and blurred, illuminating the scenery of the carriages. There were ice sculptures everywhere in the carriages. Almost all the cultivators below Realm 6 were not simply frozen, but completely frozen. They died, their flesh and blood turning black. Under the impact of the white flames and ice, the corpses of these cultivators exploded like glass, scattering on the ground and even igniting crystal dust. Yi Shao stood among the ice shards on the ground. There were 2 sword essences on his 2 sides that slowly disappeared like enormous black wings. This kind of coldness and the collision of Realm 8 power did not pose any threat to him, but it blocked his perception. At this time, Ding Ning and the others were no longer in his sight and perception. But he knew that this could not end like this, so he turned slightly to look at Yuanwu. Yuanwu nodded at him and said coldly, "They cannot escape." The Donghu monk's hands were together. Energy flowed out of the 2 ends of the staff, binding the bodies of Ding Ning, Zhangsun Qianxue and Fu Su. He seemed to be using this staff to carry the 3 of them as he walked quickly. In the battle just now, he didn't have any obvious injuries on his body, but now there were many sparkling cracks on his back and legs. Even his body could not bear it when he took that moment to escape Yuanwu's control. His tendons and muscles that were stronger than metal and stone cracked in many places. "I will not be able to act for a day and night." Ding Ning swallowed hard and said to the Donghu monk. The Donghu monk nodded to show he understood. He could not see through the 9-death silkworm. As to Zhangsun Qianxue, even her life-bond energy was used up. In the following long time, Zhangsun Qianxue was no different from an ordinary person. "We must keep walking," Ding Ning continued. "His last attack was not just a killing blow, but to prevent us from escaping. We have his energy imprinted on us." The Donghu monk's situation was not optimistic, but he still nodded. He followed Ding Ning's gaze and said, "I understand." Chapter 610. The Donghu monk's body that looked like it would shatter into pieces at any moment seemed to have endless energy. He carried the 3 of them on his shoulders and traveled at a terrifying speed through the wasteland at the border of the Qin and Chu kingdom. He didn't know how far he had traveled, but he didn't stop until the sky gradually darkened. This should be the end of the Yin mountain range that reached into the Chu. What flowed through the mountains was a stream formed from melted glaciers. It was bone-chilling. It was spring in the wilderness on the battlefield, but winter had not yet passed in this shady place in the mountains. Ding Ning scooped up a handful of water. This kind of melted glaciers had a unique light blue color that came from the contamination of some ores in the mountain rock. The clear and cold water flowed into his body, cooling his boiling hot body slightly. His body had an abnormal heat. One came from his injuries and weakness, and the other came from Yuanwu's last rampaging energy. Those rays of energy that did not belong to this world remained in his body, burning slowly and stopping his wounds from healing. Even more importantly, this invisible energy that did not belong to this world could not be consumed and cleansed by the 9-death silkworm. The Donghu monk could not hold on any longer. He started to breathe, and quickly entered meditation to replenish his vital energy. Ding Ning glanced at Fu Su next to him. He regulated his breathing and said softly, "Since you can move, you can drink some water and treat your wounds. This place is not like Chongling. If your wounds worsen, even if you do not die, I fear you will have many hidden injuries that will be detrimental to your future cultivation. But you do not have to think about taking the opportunity to attack anyone here because this is something you cannot do. Fu Su's wounds came mainly from the cold energy contained in Zhang Sun Qianxue's attack, and not from the impact. His organs had only shifted slightly in the previous shock. This was not a serious injury for cultivators, but the coldness contained in Zhang Sun Qianxue's life bond energy was like many impenetrable ice needles piercing his organs and meridians. These ice needles caused his organs to be unable to harmonize. If one was unable to adjust, then it would be chaotic. If one was chaotic and unable to adjust themselves, then the cultivator's body would completely collapse. The layer of ice that had restrained him previously came from Zhang Sun Qianxue's power. At this moment, Zhang Sun Qianxue had entered a deep sleep-like healing process. The ice that restrained him slowly disappeared. Fu Su could indeed move now. Just as Ding Ning had said, he continued to pretend that his body was stiff, waiting for an opportunity to attack. After being exposed by Ding Ning, Fu Su was not terrified. He was silent for a moment and asked, "Why did you not flee towards the Chu dynasty army, and instead chose this escape route?" Ding Ning explained calmly, "You should have heard your father say that the final goal of this battle is not to attack the Chu, not to weaken the Chu dynasty and destroy it, but to confirm my existence, force me out, and kill me. If you kill me, you'll be able to completely destroy the Bazin Kendo ground and the hope of many rebels in the Qin dynasty." So from the moment he appeared, this was the only goal of this battle. Since he and Jing Xiu had set up such a trap, then while the Qin dynasty army will definitely lose, at least there is a possibility of fighting and retreating. But all the powerful cultivators in the army will leave the army to chase after me. These powerful cultivators will leave the army and become the trackers and assassins in the wilderness. There will even be some elite cavalry. Therefore, fleeing to the battlefield where Qin Chu and Qin Chu are fighting is equivalent to suicide. After a pause, Ding Ning panted and drank a few mouthfuls of water. Then he looked into Fu Su's eyes and said seriously, "You saw your father's choice. You should know that he does not care how many cultivators and soldiers die, as long as he can kill me." Thinking of Yuanwu's words, Fu Su suddenly grew silent. Many breaths later, he looked up and looked firmly at Ding Ning. He said, "If it was me, I would not accept such a compromise. In reality, if you had not restrained me, I would have killed myself." "I know," Ding Ning said. Fu Su grew furious and said, "So you purposefully forced my father to say such words?" Ding Ning looked calmly at him and said, "But that was his choice. At least, you heard his choice. You can imagine, if you were in another position and faced such a choice, you would not choose to sacrifice your son." Fu Su was still furious, his chest rising and falling violently, but he instinctively felt that he could not refute this. "In reality, are you not curious if you are his son?" Ding Ning looked at him and said, "He made the choice to sacrifice you because his confidence is wavering. He is not sure if you are his son." Fu Su's body froze for a moment. Then he turned his head and said coldly, "You cannot escape. We still have a chance." Ding Ning started to slowly adjust his breathing. He felt the barely discernible burning energy in his body and said, "This kind of Realm 8 power imprint will completely disappear in half a month. He will not be able to sense it." Fu Su was usually gentle and kind, but right now, his temper was exceptionally violent. He gritted his teeth and looked up at the dark sky. He said, "No matter if you are that person's heir or have been reborn, you should know that some people in my palace are many times faster than the fastest cavalry in the world. The beast tamers of Jiaodong Commandery." Ding Ning understood his meaning. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and seemed to see some black shadows in the distant night. "But we still have a chance because Yuanwu does not dare to chase." Fu Su was furious again. He opened his mouth to shout, but Ding Ning continued. Because he fears death. He used Realm 8 power to fight us. In this world, the Chu cultivators in the distance know of his personal expedition and his existence. For the Chu people or the cultivators of other dynasties, killing him is their only goal. He is also seriously wounded, so he will not dare to take the risk to chase us personally. Ding Ning slowly continued. Before he was seriously wounded, no one in the world could kill him. But now it is different. Many people can pose a fatal threat to him. Even if the one in charge is Yi Xiao, or Jing Xiu and some people from the Marquisate establishment, as long as he does not come personally, we have a chance to escape. Half a month is not short. Even if you flee for your life, the general area is under control. Fu Su took a few deep breaths and tried to calm himself. He said in a cold voice, "Half a month is enough for the cultivators of other dynasties to receive the news and come here. The world knows that the 9-Death Silkworm is here, and even suspects that you are that person's rebirth. I do not know how many people will come to kill you or try to get those methods from you. This is what I am truly worried about." Ding Ning lowered his head slightly, looked at the stream and responded softly. In a person's life, no matter how strong they were, no matter how wise they were, there were always some things that could not be predicted. He had never expected that Yuan Wu would publicly guess that he was Wang Jingming's rebirth in battle. This would cause an astounding change. What he truly worried about was not himself, but the fates of many people related to him. Chapter 6:11. What would happen in Chongling? What would happen after the other dynasties learned of the 9-Death Silkworm's existence and heard the Yuan Wu Emperor's guesses? This was what Ding Ning was truly worried about. This did not just concern his life and death, but also the lives of many people related to him. What are those? When it was truly night, Zhang Sun Qianxue opened her eyes and looked towards the distant sky with a watery gaze. There were many shadows in the calm night sky. Those shadows were moving very realistically, causing ripples to appear in her heart. Night demon ape? Ding Ning gripped her hands. Her hands were soft but cold. A kind of monstrous ape with wings. It eats flesh and rotting things, and has a violent personality. The people of the island countries usually call these beasts yiksha. Hearing the faint sounds in the distant night sky, Ding Ning slowly explained. The reason the Jing family was able to dominate Jiaodong Commandery was because they had some methods to control powerful sea beasts. Some of the deep sea beasts were used by them, and were more of a threat to the fleets than Realm 7 Grandmasters. But the strongest sea beasts usually cannot leave the sea. The only ones that can fly and fight for a long time far away from the sea should be this kind of night demon ape. There are too many, Zhang Sun Qianxue said quietly. She had heard of this kind of beast. Their skin was thick and hard to injure with arrows, and they were extremely agile. While this kind of beasts that were a headache for low-level cultivators were nothing to her, it was different now. The Donghu monk and she had used too much energy, and the 9 Hell King sword could only be considered a useless sword now. From a certain point of view, her many years of hard work on this life-bond sword in Chongling had all been for naught. Even though her cultivation, methods, and sword manuals were far above ordinary Realm 7 Grandmasters, she had lost the power of the 9 Hell King sword. She was wounded and had not recovered. She may have a difficult time winning against an ordinary Realm 7, or she may not win at all. There were too many of them. She did not know if they would use up her and the Donghu monk's power, and would entangle them so they could not continue to flee. When Grandmasters accompanied these beasts, it was very difficult for them to survive. Feeling the trembling of her fingers, Ding Ning gently but tightened his grip. With a voice only the two of them could hear, he said softly, "If I really die here with you, I am not afraid, nor do I have too many regrets. My biggest regret is that I didn't choose to be with you." Zhang Sun Qianxue understood his intentions. She was no longer afraid and no longer felt helpless. She only had a trace of inexplicable joy as she gently nodded. This was an emotion that no one else could understand. If they were to die tonight, then they could peacefully walk towards death together. Ding Ning breathed in the faint fragrance coming off her body. Looking at the black shadows growing clearer in the night sky, he slowly said, "It is not hopeless. Yuan Wu has not come yet. This means that my speculations are correct. He is very afraid of death. As long as he doesn't come, we still have a chance. That's because it's impossible for so many night demon apes to hide their track. Actually, I am especially worried about Yi Shao." Ding Ning looked at her dazzling face and said, "A person like him who lives only for revenge is more terrifying than Jing Xiu. Both Yuan Wu and Jing Xiu fear death, and consider their own safety and benefit. But he is different. He will not care about benefits and will pay any price." Fu Su also looked up at the night sky. While he was very tired, he had not slept, not even a light nap. Zhang Sun Qianxue had been using a method to change her appearance, and Ding Ning had been wearing a black cloth. So he could not connect Ding Ning with the wine-shop youth in Falling Parasol. Also, everyone had told him that his friend was dead. But inexplicably, looking at Ding Ning and Zhang Sun Qianxue talking calmly, he felt it was increasingly familiar. Explosive sounds began to resound in the sky. The overwhelming number of night demon apes had arrived. This was the first time he had seen such beasts from the islands of Jiaodong Commandery. They were about the same height as an adult man, but the wings on their backs were more than 10 feet wide. They were like apes, but they did not have any hair on their bodies. Their bodies were slightly hunched, and their heads were like apes, but their mouths had long exposed fangs. The most soul-stirring thing was that at night, this demonic beast's eyes were blood-red, just like the legendary demonic beast. The entire night sky seemed to be occupied by these densely packed demonic beasts. The sound of their flapping wings caused his eardrums to buzz. Previously, he had heard some of the conversation between Ding Ning and Zhang Sun Qianxue, but he had remained silent. Only now did he look at Ding Ning and Zhang Sun Qianxue next to him. He said, "There are too many of them. You spent a lot of effort to capture me, but I seem to be of no use to you." There was faint disdain in his tone. Ding Ning glanced at him and said, "Now, you will know what use you have." Fu Su did not have time to respond because there were even more explosive explosions in the sky. The air above had turned into boiling porridge, and countless shadows had already rushed down. The night demon apes that were the first to approach had already begun to attack. Zhang Sun Qianxue did not even stand up. She coldly swung her sword. The 9 Hell King sword had become an empty sword nucleus. But even if it did not have much energy, the sword nucleus that could withstand the extreme coldness of hell was still extremely sharp. With soft sounds, multiple night demon apes were easily cut in half by the clear and transparent sword light. In front of the 9 Hell King sword, their tough skin, which even arrows could not penetrate, was no different from a fragile piece of paper. However, due to the lack of sufficient cold, the blood in their bodies gushed out crazily, instantly filling the entire world with the smell of blood. The smell of blood had a natural stimulating effect on these demonic beasts. Countless violent roars rang out, covering up some of the subtle sounds. A thin red flying sword came from the sky, hidden in the shattered flesh, and silently attacked Ding Ning and Zhang Sun Qianxue. At this time, the Donghu monk was still motionless, sitting like a statue, as though he did not sense the danger. Ding Ning casually reached out with a hand. "Now you will know what use you have." His words were still echoing in Fu Su's ears, and then Fu Su felt like he was being lifted up like a shield. Ding Ning held his body and faced that flying sword. His timing was perfect. That flying sword was just a few feet away from him and Zhang Sun Qianxue, But in the space, Fu Su suddenly appeared. The one who used this flying sword was a grandmaster. He held the claw of a night demon ape with one hand, silently stopping in the air. At this time, sensing Fu Su in front of his flying sword, his breathing suddenly stopped. His flying sword that had started to accelerate suddenly froze and came to a stop. Yuan Wu could ignore Fu Su's life, but he could not, especially not kill Fu Su with his own hands. Just as he forcefully controlled his flying sword and the true essence in his body surged, he felt a trace of coldness from the back of his heart. A fatal fear spread through his body. When he lowered his head, he only saw that a broken sword had already pierced through his chest. Fine white flowers flashed on this remnant sword, and then it was covered in his blood. This Grandmaster's body fell from the sky, and smashed hard into the stream in front of Ding Ning and Fu Su. Before this, the flying sword he controlled had lost its life, and fallen at Ding Ning's feet. "You shameless!" Fu Su was stunned. In the next breath, he finally understood what had happened and shouted furiously. Chapter 6:12. Other than a battle where the weak wins against the strong, any other battle is bullying the weak and shameless, Ding Ning said. Blood sprayed on his body, but he did not seem to detect it and looked calmly at the night sky. Looking at his expression, no one would have thought that just now, a Realm 7 Grandmaster would die to such a simple sneak attack. Fu Su was very uncomfortable, but he could not speak. Ding Ning's words were very reasonable. There were too many night demon apes, and they filled the sky. Adding on the fact that there was a Realm 7 Grandmaster hiding among them, this kind of battle was not fair to begin with, and the Realm 7 Grandmaster had attacked first. The night demon apes circled angrily and continued to charge. They gathered in the space of dozens of feet and grew denser. They formed a black tornado around Ding Ning, Zhang Sun Qianxue and the others. The black tornado was filled with red eyes and white fangs. Zhang Sun Qianxue's movements were steady and simple. She used her vital energy to the extreme. Each time she swung her sword, she would create dozens of transparent and pure sword energies that broke through the air and cut apart the night demon apes that were charging down. These black tornadoes circled around her, Ding Ning and the others, but they could not truly pose a threat. Only waves of blood formed from shattered flesh flowed in the air like red ribbons. The center of the tornado was filled with an unpleasant stench. The air was sucked upwards, and Ding Ning and the others found it difficult to breathe. But at this time, a cool breeze came. The black tornado swayed outwards and expanded slightly. A cultivator in indigo robes floated down. Yan Jing of Chongtian Sword School would like to ask Mr. for a fight. If I win, please let the Imperial Sun leave. This was clearly a Realm 7 Grandmaster. His hair was disheveled, and his clothing unkempt, but his eyes were bright. He bowed seriously. His humble figure appeared strange but respectful in the scene of countless night demon apes circling around him. When he said such words, large amounts of energy surged out of his body, not turning into killing intent, but pure release. The powerful aura on his body gradually decreased. This was not a true fall in cultivation, but by releasing the vital energy and primal energies of the universe in his body, he lowered his vital energy to Realm 6. This Grandmaster's tone was extremely humble, and he used the word beg, but the truth was so. If Ding Ning was that person reborn, no one in the world could be proud in front of him. They were both Realm 6. Even if Ding Ning was seriously injured, just from the perfect sword essence he had shown, this cultivator from Chongtian Sword School had a slim chance of victory. But for this cultivator, this was a chance for Fu Su to leave safely. Looking at this humble Grandmaster, Ding Ning nodded in greeting. He did not say anything else, just one word. Yes. This simple word contained a presence that realm sevens could not reach. This cultivator from Chongtian Sword School suddenly grew excited. He took a deep breath, and a life-bond sword energy formed in front of his chest. A life-bond sword that looked like a yellow bamboo blade appeared in his hand. He held it across his chest and said, "Please." Hiss. There was a cracking sound. His life-bond sword disappeared from his hand. Dozens of yellow bolts of lightning suddenly shot out of the space between him and Ding Ning. The ends of the lightning even exploded. It appeared that this was hard to defend against. While his attitude was extremely humble, he did not show any mercy when he attacked, even surpassing his usual limits. Ding Ning lowered his body. The rough body of the Great Punishment sword appeared in his hand, and he thrust it from the bottom up. There was a muffled bang, as if a bamboo pole had struck a rock at the bottom of the water. The yellow lightning all collapsed. The life-bond sword flew out at an angle, piercing through the chest of a night demon ape that could not dodge in time, and then flew back into the night. This Grandmaster from Chongtian Sword School turned into a stream of light and retreated. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief as his left hand gripped his right wrist. His right wrist had been broken. The power that had hit his right arm was still going deep into his body and injuring his organs. He recognized Ding Ning's attack just now. This was the wind-raising sword of his Chongtian Sword School. This was the sword move of his school. Its exquisiteness could not compare to the secret sword he was using just now. But the other had used such a simple sword move of his school to defeat his sword move in an instant, and hit his sword-wielding wrist. Ding Ning put away his sword, and gently swallowed the blood that surged to his throat. Fu Su's lips trembled slightly and his face was snow-white. He was not disappointed because he could not escape, but he could sense what level Ding Ning's sword represented. In the sky, there were many grandmasters who could use these night demon apes to come and not be attacked by them. They were Empress Jing Xiu's subordinates. Some of them came directly from Jiaodong Commandery, and were the masters of these night demon apes. But when they saw Yan Jing of Chongtian Sword School defeated by Ding Ning in one blow, these grandmasters maintained their silence, and did not immediately join the battle. The Donghu monk had not opened his eyes. All of them added together may not be a match for Zhangsun Qianxue, Ding Ning and the Donghu monk. They needed to use these night demon apes to consume more of the power of the Donghu monk and the eldest miss of the Gongsun family. In the night, Sima Qiu lay in a warm carriage, soft mattress piled around him. A medical officer was carefully taking care of him. The carriage he was in was retreating towards the Yin mountain. Most of the Qin dynasty armies were retreating in an orderly manner. Under the mad pursuit of the Chu dynasty army, there would naturally be troops left behind on this land. At the place where the battle to lure Ding Ning and the others had occurred, the black-robed Yi Shao was still at the top of the hill. He looked in the direction that the night demon ape was flying in, and deep within his eyes, a flame of hatred burned. This flame seemed to be burning his own soul, and if he didn't go in that direction, his body would be burned to ashes. But he was still waiting. Supreme One. In the darkness, cultivators rushed behind him one after another, bowed, and then waited with him. These cultivators all carried heavy sword boxes on their back. These sword boxes were used to store many swords. In order to prevent the swords from colliding with each other and causing damage, there were special wooden compartments inside, and the swords were fixed so they could not move. A large number of swords had to be transported. These swords were usually the standard swords used by the military, and these sword boxes were usually used by the military. But at this time, the sword boxes on the backs of these cultivators gave off all kinds of sound. There were sword energies inside that cried out in praise, or cheered in joy. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.